I'm going to watch the English leaders debate for the 2025 Canadian federal election and give some thoughts on it as I go. I was a competitive debater for 5 years and vaguely hanging around that space for a few years in between and afterward. This is a very different exercise from what you do in a competitive debate setting. The goals and incentives are different because, of course, you're not trying to convince judges to give you a good score. You're trying to convince masses of voters all across the country to vote for you. But nonetheless, maybe I have some insight on what they're doing here. We'll see. Either way, I definitely want to watch this as a Canadian voter myself. And before I jump in, I am going to try to be as fair and objective as I can here, but I'll disclose my bias so that you can judge for yourself. I almost certainly will be voting Liberal in this election. The only other party that I'm considering is the NDP. Those are the only two parties that I've voted for in the past, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. And really, it's a very small chance that I'll vote NDP. I just haven't completely ruled it out yet. I'll make up my mind fully on election day, but I think like 90+% chance I'm going to vote Liberal. I'll probably never vote Conservative in my life. I guess never say never, but it doesn't seem likely. The Green Party isn't here, but I'm not at all interested in voting for them right now, maybe someday. And I don't live in Quebec and never have, so the Bloc has nothing that it can or wants to say to me. Also, I don't speak French. I haven't watched the French debate. So this is going to be probably the one and only debate of the campaign for me. And I'll just give my reaction as we go, but don't try to tell me that I hid my bias because I've almost certainly just told you how I'm going to vote. Let's jump right in. Okay, I think I just restarted the recording because I wasn't capturing audio from YouTube. I think we're good now.
Live from the atrium of Maison Radio Canada in Montreal,
Better be audible.
4 federal leaders will debate for your vote. The leaders are here and ready to go. Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre, yves-francois Blanchet.
I do want to note one thing, even though I was very dismissive of the Bloc because I'm not in Quebec. I do actually usually like having a Bloc leader in these things. Since they're not running for prime minister, they get a little bit more freedom to call the others out on some stuff, and that's usually pretty interesting. So I'm looking forward to that.
And Jagmeet Singh.
We'll see.
They will debate the major challenges facing our country, from tariffs to the cost of living, public safety, energy, and leading in a crisis.
Okay, a decent set of topics. I think affordability is pretty much top of the list for most people. Climate is number one for me. I feel like we're ignoring the climate crisis pretty inappropriately in the face of everything else that's going on in recent years. So I'm glad that it makes the list. Let me just make sure my audio is good. Yeah, I think it is. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Paikin, your moderator for tonight's debate. Each leader has agreed to the following: no notes, answer the questions, stay on theme.
They have a
stay
rule
on
to answer
time.
the questions. We'll see
How
about
much
that one.
each leader speaks will be counted on these clocks.
Good effort, I guess.
Visible to the leaders and to you at home. This is the 2025 Federal Leaders Debate.
Let's go. Does he have a pocket? He has a pocket square that looks like a keyboard to me. That's not important, but it distracted me for a second
Welcome,
there.
leaders. Good to be with you here tonight in
see that?
Montreal for what I'm sure will be a memorable
Doesn't that look
evening.
like a keyboard?
Our first theme is tariffs and threats to Canada, and we will begin with a round of questions. You will each have a minute to answer, and then we'll go to open debate. And the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay. What is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Interesting question.
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada, people at home for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise to your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed, because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Paul.
Okay, that answer is like fine. He didn't really say all that much. which I guess is about what I'd expect. I said earlier that I'll almost certainly vote for the Liberals. That is true. I want to be clear. It's not because I love the Liberal Party. I think that in recent years it's been the best of a pretty sorry lot. But all he really said there is that we need to stand up for ourselves and have a coherent plan for our side of the trading relationship, which is fine. But I think the spirit of the question is more about like what conditions have to be in place to have meaningful negotiation with the United States. Like what signals do you need to see from Trump before you'll talk to him? I think it's more that kind of thing. So if I'm right, and that's the spirit of the question, he didn't really answer it at all. But I mean, Carney is here to sell that he has sort of steady leadership with an understanding of how to build strong systems in a crisis, and so that's what he's going to reinforce throughout the debate. And I mean, I do appreciate that. I just think that it's like half of an answer at most to what he was asked there. I think maybe I'm
Polyev, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants here today. It's an honor to be here.
Probably I'll say this.
What would I do different? Well,
nice.
I'll start by what I would do the same. I think we do need to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength.
That's exactly
the
what
Liberal
Carney
government
just
has
said.
weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what I do, I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs, so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Okay, so there are a couple of things that are awkward for Polyev there. Number one, his answer is not that different from Carney's. I mean, he is trying to hammer some conservative red meat stuff. So he talks a lot about tax cuts and resource development because the conservative base loves those things. Of course, Carney is also running on cutting taxes for some people. So again, Polyev, it's kind of odd that he'd have trouble distinguishing himself from the Liberals. But I guess this is a very different Liberal leader from Trudeau. He's been given all of a sudden. So we'll see how he stands out here. The resource development thing, I mean, sure. I'm no expert in the field. He does have a point there. It's hard to weigh against other priorities at times, which I'm sure they'll get into later in this debate. But yeah, I mean, also, Polyev has been criticized by Carney in the past for just talking about tax cuts all the time, just wanting to cut taxes for the rich. He's just going to use the crisis to do the thing that he always wanted to do anyway, as I know something that Carney has said about him in the past. So I guess if you're a voter who's buying that line from Carney, and personally I am, then Polyev has really not said anything to reassure you there. But look, the conservative base is going to like what he said there. I'm not sure how much anyone else is, but there's still a long debate to get through.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
Okay. I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town. I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how connected we were as a city and as a community. People lived on one side of the border, worked on the other. People traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada, but we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way, without any justification, really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less dependent on the United States.
I feel like one thing I'm going to be alert to in this debate is them speaking too charitably of Trump. Like, I guess we're disclosing bias again. I think Donald Trump is practically evil incarnate. I think that he's one of the most disgusting human beings I've ever had the misfortune to know about, and I think that was pretty obvious in his first term. And it's only getting worse in his second term, where, look, in my view, he is, I don't know if it'll work out for him, but turning the U.S. into a fascist dictatorship right now, as we speak. So for Jagmeet Singh to stand there and say, well, it feels like he betrayed us, and I don't know how we can trust him at this point. I don't know. Like, I want to hear he's someone who could never be trusted, but maybe that's too intense for a debate setting like this. My own views there would probably put some voters off who think that, they're tired of extreme and divisive rhetoric. I think it's warranted in this situation. I don't think it's warranted in all situations. I think this is a special situation, but that's a hard thing to evaluate as an individual voter. And so to me, it feels like he's kind of soft pedaling it, and it kind of comes across like he's not necessarily clear-headed about what's going on. But I mean, he's saying the right thing in the end. I'm being a little bit too critical there. That answer was fine.
Monsieur Blanchet, for you, what supports would you want to see for industries affected by tariffs, many, of course, of which are in Quebec?
Many of them. First, be all welcome in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that Mr. Trump poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly its own voice in the negotiation is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are and the way we want to handle
he's pivoting this question
immigration.
to his main stuff,
so
which is
we have the
expected.
right to be different.
I don't really have
and
anything
if
to say
this
to it.
difference is
I'm not
being
in Quebec.
respected by whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as partners.
There is a pretty clear implication there, though, that while he sees Quebec as a nation separate from Canada, and I mean, he wants it to be more formally separate from Canada, what am I trying to say? There is a clear implication in what he's saying there that while he doesn't consider Quebec to be fundamentally part of Canada, he does consider it to be aligned with Canada in the face of these threats. On its own terms, of course, but he's not Team Canada here. He wants an independent Quebec, but he is on the same side as Canada, as long as Quebec is respected, is what he's saying here. And I think that's the best you can get from the Bloc for national unity in the face of a crisis. So, look, I mean, coming from the point of view that he's coming from, I respect it.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. Okay, we now move into open debate, and I'll start it off, Mr. Carney, with you, and then we go from there. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. We have to recognize, and I think we all do, the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S. So that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Poilievre.
Okay, I mean, that seems like it paints kind of a rosy picture, and realistically, yes, the U.S. is a much larger economy than Canada. Tariffs both ways hurt us. The idea is, I think, to hurt the United States enough back that they drop this, given that their tariffs are going to hurt us either way. We just try to get back to a situation where no one is hurting us as quickly as possible. That said, he answered the question. Up to you what your view is on how best to handle tariffs, but he laid out a fairly clear vision there.
Singh wants to jump in. Mr. Singh.
Mr. Carney, you claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after
he's
the
gonna go
last
back to
decade,
his stuff,
half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border. You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the U.S. a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal.
Do you owe more than $10,000
Okay, that's a good line of attack. It's
like
important to see.
cards,
It'll be important to see how
loans,
Carney answers
lines
it.
of credit?
No new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources overseas. How could you possibly think it's a good idea to give the Americans a continued monopoly on our energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade?
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure.
If I may, yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this goes to the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all the premiers of the provinces and territories, as well as the leaders of the Indigenous peoples. Got an agreement with all the provinces and territories, doesn't happen very often, got an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13, first point. Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day. So free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Thirdly, the
free trade in Canada by Canada Day, that's a lofty goal.
Federal government to commit with respect to project reviews.
The question was about pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly, one project, one review, and relying
That's
on
not
provincial. Yes, it is
C-69.
possible under. It is possible on our system.
No,
it is
it's not.
the
It's
impact
banned
assessment.
under C-69.
It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move forward.
He said some nice sounding stuff. I don't know that it sounded very realistic. So I don't love that answer. Also, it was not a very direct answer to what Polyev asked him. Sad to say, I don't think I'm not fond of how Carney handled that one. I mean, maybe he can exceed my expectations if he stays in office, but yeah, that sounded pretty rose-colored.
Mr. Singh's turn, please.
Of course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada.
Okay.
We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while, Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority to protect those that are impacted by these tariffs, that are threatened because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet yet in this segment, so please.
Yeah,
we'll see if
Mr.
Carney
Carney,
has an
you
answer
are
to that
becoming
later.
a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English.
Oh.
You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion, and you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
Let's get from Mr. Polyev and then a response from Mr. Carney.
Thanks, Polyev.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines. Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97% of our oil, 100% of our natural gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because we don't have a pipeline. And now there's this law, Liberal Law C-69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single biggest export. Why would you not repeal this Liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly the same in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team that is now making up your cabinet?
Aren't you exactly the same as Trudeau? Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious what Poilievre is trying to do there. A lot of Carney's appeal is that he's not Trudeau. He has different policies, different views in some areas. Poilievre was doing extremely well running against Trudeau, not so well running against Carney so far, although we'll see what happens on Election Day. So he's trying to paint Carney and Trudeau with the same brush. It's a fine line of attack for him to take. If it works, we'll see. But yeah, they're all really piling on Carney there. Most of what I heard, I don't really have a problem with. I mean, look, I'm very sympathetic to Jagmeet Singh talking about taking care of lower income Canadians versus higher income Canadians. I mean, I think I'm unlikely to vote NDP for other reasons, but in terms of the basic principles, I'm right there with them. I really want to hear a good answer to that from Carney. That said, Carney has a lot of things to answer here. I don't think he's going to touch on everything. I think some of these guys are just going to get their shots in, and it's going to stick, and that's fine. That's the debate format. It is one thing that's a little bit awkward about this format, because, of course, one of these guys is prime minister, and the others are, well, Blanchet is not trying to become prime minister, but the others are trying to hold his feet to the fire in some way. And so we do kind of see a 3v1 so far in this debate. It also might well open up. I mean, I would not at all be surprised to see some clash between Singh and Poilievre. Blanchet is kind of a wild card, but right now it kind of looks like a 3v1, which I'm not going to say is unfair, that I have any problem with it. I would like to see one-on-one debates in an election campaign. I don't know that we've ever had any significant amount of that, at least in my lifetime. I think it would be really interesting to do in addition to a format like this. But unfortunately, that's not what we're getting here. But yeah, Carney has a lot to try to address here, and I'm really interested in how he's going to try to tackle it. And I definitely have some specific things that I want to hear him tackle. But Poilievre is really hammering this pipeline thing, and it's you know what? It's fair game too. I mean, pipelines are more complicated than just build pipeline, get money. There are environmental concerns, both in terms of sort of the immediate environmental impact in the area, and longer term climate change stuff. That said, I mean, the world still does use oil right now, and still has a need for it, and Canada still benefits from selling it, and that's how it is while we hopefully speed up the green energy transition beyond what we're doing right now, but we're not there yet. There also, of course, are Indigenous rights issues in some areas. That also gets complicated because Indigenous communities aren't a monolith on their view of pipelines through their land and resource projects in their land and so on. So all this stuff is, of course, much messier, more complicated than you can talk about in an election debate. But as it stands so far, it's a fine line of attack that I haven't really seen Carney satisfactorily answer, and Poilievre has gone at it a couple of times, which makes me think it might become Carney's focus now. But I actually, as a more progressive-minded voter, am much more interested in what he says to Singh's line of attack. But yeah, we're just going to have to see what he does here.
Let's get a response.
Well, let me pick up a couple of points that have been made. The first thing I did as Prime Minister was to cut the carbon tax. That's the first thing. Second thing is made a commitment that all proceeds from our tariffs will go to workers and those companies most affected. There were several points raised.
Nothing so far.
If I may, Mr.
Yeah, okay, interrupting
Steve, if I may
is
address, I'm trying
so
to do
much
it
to deal
quickly
with
because several points raised.
I think it's a bad look.
I'm going to give away this incredible...
I'll give Poilievre a little bit of credit for a funny one-liner with that. What a great idea about the carbon tax. I mean, I hate giving it to the guy. And
wait, no, not this one.
I do think it's a bad look that they throw so much at Carney and then interrupt him when he tries to answer. But I'll give him that one-liner. That was some good snappy stuff there.
All proceeds.
I guess the takeaway is if you're going to interrupt, do it well. Which I'm sure they won't always in this debate, but I will give them credit for that.
Go to workers and the firms most effective, and those proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines. That means carbon capture storage. That means electricity grids. And here's how you do it. And we've already moved in the first month.
We need to build stuff.
Cooperation agreements with the provinces. Guess what? We are a federation. You need to cooperate with Quebec. You need to cooperate with the provinces. You need to get First Nations and Indigenous people buy-in. You can do that through the one project, one review window that we put in place at that first ministers' meeting, as well as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill the federal responsibility, but not the unique.
Mr. Poilievre, you want to come back on that?
I don't know what he means by that last part.
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with respect, is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the Government of Canada to actually duplicate
Mr. Poilievre is saying is that have no rules,
project.
have no regulation,
have one-stop shop.
Mr. Singh, over any energy development.
See, again, if you're going to interrupt, do it well. A real zinger like that Poilievre moment, I'm going to let it slide. Look, Singh needs a chance to speak. I hope he was going to get one next, but just jumping in, talking over him like that's I'm cringing.
Just got to let him finish his sentence. Let's just let him finish his sentence.
Well, that is not true. In fact, Mr. Singh, the reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple levels of referral that it takes now 17 years to get a major project approved in this country. That is why in the last 10 years we've had the worst economic growth in the entire G7. We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a change, and the Conservative plan for a change will include repealing the anti-pipeline law so we can get our energy to markets other than the United States.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
While these two compete about who's more pro-pipeline, I think what we need to do is, it's clear. The Liberals bought a pipeline. They built a pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do, if we're talking about energy in our country, we need to build an east-west grid. Let's use our power as a nation to build a national project that creates good jobs, that strengthens us for the future, where we connect the low-cost energy from jurisdictions and provinces across this beautiful land and have low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Okay, that's a big project. It might be nice, though, for reducing dependence on the U.S. because as it is, we have power grids across the country that are pretty tightly integrated with the U.S., and we don't really have that national capacity to move power around. It's only very loosely related to the subject of pipelines, energy exports, building up our economy. He said, okay, it creates jobs. Sure. But I guess it's a talking point that he wants to make sure he gets into this debate. And I don't know. I'm no expert. I don't know the feasibility. I don't know how much value it would really create, but it's a nice idea, at least on paper. But yeah, it's I'd say it's only tangentially related to these guys both want to build pipeline stuff. And by the way, in a way, he kind of gives Carney some pipeline cred there if you're a voter who likes pipelines. But I guess Singh is expecting his base doesn't want pipelines.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly, Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the east-west grid. Grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor, huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this, this is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP. as we call it. If the BAP says no,
Just say.
it's no.
I know.
Good.
I know.
Let's
but this
keep
is
that in mind.
This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to do.
And do you understand one other point fast?
This is what.
If they make a decision within their authority, then we can decide to honor their decision within their authority. It feels like he's not saying much there, but maybe it gets. It's not going to get bloodshine off his back, but maybe it gets
What
this
we need,
issue off his back.
I mean, this is what we need to do in a crisis.
We have Moïse and then Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah. The building of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years. Mr. Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more.
might
And
maybe.
somebody
try.
of course, less terrible will be there before you can even dream of
And I hope somebody less terrible is there, but I'm not sure I'd put an of course in that.
having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Poilievre, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs,
Sounds wild when you
we
say that.
actually,
Sounds
we
like-
actually
Sorry, can we talk for a second about how wild it is that a bunch of Canadian political leaders in a federal election debate were just like, well, maybe Trump won't be president 14 years from now? Like, I think it's appropriate. I think it's a totally valid worry, but we are at the stage where that's being acknowledged in this setting. What a time this is. Also, Poilievre talking about the Liberals being against building stuff, Singh interrupting, jumping in again, giving him no chance to speak. I don't think it's a great look for Singh, and I actually think maybe it kind of helps Carney because it comes out kind of a wash in terms of what the other parties think that his view of things is. And overall, Carney sounds like fine and pretty reasonable, but a little bit vague about what he wants to do so far. But nothing too crazy has happened in this debate so far. Honestly, the only leader who I think is kind of leaving a bad taste in my mouth is Singh with the again, if you're going to interrupt, do it well, with the interruptions that are kind of just bland and throwing his talking points out there in someone else's speaking time. There haven't really been fireworks between Carney and Poilievre so far. I mean, Poilievre did press him on pipelines, but yeah, we'll see how it goes for the rest of the way.
really need to get things
that makes
done.
sense.
We need a change, and our conservative plan for change
They're mostly all
will
just saying their
repeal the
talking
No New
points so far.
Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up ready, shovel-ready zones with pre-permitting so that we
But
can
they are
approve
mostly answering the
LNG
questions.
liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also
said no to that.
hydroelectric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2
Can I-
feet for a change.
Blanchet threw in there, BAP said no. Nobody's pressed Poilievre on what he would do with the BAP. I mean, Carney's been like, well, we can choose to do as they say. Poilievre, who knows?
Change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to
I have
what
a
we were
suspicion.
talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that is
will
our
give us
time in
strength
this
to
segment.
the US.
That is our time. Okay, you know my
Carney's
job
getting his
tonight. I got to be the
slogans in
heavy
there a
guy
lot,
here every
which
now and then,
is-
making sure everybody comes to time.
Whatever.
And
Maybe
I'm
it has
keeping an
to
eye
do
as
with
well
others.
on making sure that everybody gets rough justice over here. That concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next, affordability and the cost of living.
Refresh your
That guy's
backyard
pocket
for
square
less
still looks so
at
much
Walmart.
like a keyboard. It's going to be in my head the whole debate.
If you're someone that suffers from having sensitive teeth, but you want them whiter, I recommend Sensodyne Clinical White.
Our goal is to double the pace of housing construction.
It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
Il faudra parler des entreprises du Québec, des travailleurs du Québec, des aînés du Québec.
A big, powerful bring it home tax cut on work, investment,
Big,
energy.
powerful tax cut. Okay. I don't actually think Poilievre is that much like Trump. I know people call him Maple MAGA. I think he's a very different kind of politician from Trump in some ways. I'm not a lot more fond of him than I am of Trump, but I don't think he's the same kind of monster. But a big, powerful tax cut sure sounds a lot like Trump, to be honest.
And home building.
Not really helping himself on that one.
Okay, leaders, same idea. One-on-one questions followed by open debate format. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question this time. Many provinces, including some provinces with conservative governments, have ambitious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are aspiring to home ownership. You know, it was only 10 years ago.
Answer the question.
You could buy an average house for $450,000.
10 years ago, we knew this was coming, even if it wasn't here yet.
But
more or less.
In the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7. And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a fourth Liberal term of rising housing costs. We need a change.
Yeah, so the Liberals are governing immediately while it's blown up into a crisis. But let's be clear, both of the two main parties own this one.
And our Conservative plan for change will, 1, axe the federal sales tax on new homes.
Okay.
2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes. And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
So I'm not going to try to bring too much into this video that's not actually happening in the debate. I have seen Poilievre's plans criticized because, one, he abolishing sales tax on home sales is not targeted to the people who need it most. In fact, in absolute terms, the people who benefit most are the ones who are already comfortably buying and selling expensive homes. I think that's a fair criticism. I think it sounds like a regressive policy. As far as incentivizing municipalities goes, my understanding is that he is planning to... This is someone else's analogy that I'm kind of stealing, but it's a common figure of speech anyway. Use a carrot instead of a stick, threaten to cut off funding if they don't make certain decisions the way that he wants them to make. I don't know that that's a very constructive way to do things. It seems like a recipe for a lot of conflict while not actually helping municipalities to deal with a problem that is certainly where I live, bigger than the municipality can really handle by itself. I think positive support from the federal government in areas like funding of housing can get a lot more done, and I don't know that Poilievre has much of a policy on that. That said, I mean, look, he's answering the question. He's putting some goals out there. We'll see what the other leaders have to say about it. Training up workers actually does sound very good. We as far as I know, do have a shortage of workers in the construction industry in Canada. I do like the sound of that one. I don't so much like the sound of the others, but that's just my bias here. He's doing okay at answering the question, except, the lost decade under Trudeau stuff. That's a convenient thing for him to say, considering the timing. But again, I was hearing back in the Harper years that maybe not this exact thing, but something like it was coming. And I think we know that the causes of the housing crisis, in large part, go back to trends in housing construction, 30 years ago, maybe more.
So on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
And we're pivoting to grocery prices for some reason.
I appreciate the question. This is a big concern. When I talk to...
Why are we pivoting to grocery prices when only one leader has spoken to the housing issue? Well,
Canadians, they tell me they're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about. People are saying...
Not that grocery prices don't matter, but it's just like, hey, Poilievre, say your talking points about this. Okay, now new subject.
I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry and this feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs? On top of that, people are worried about the cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear.
Okay,
so we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it. To great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions. We can also ban corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable. We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires having the courage to take on the powerful corporations that are ripping you off, that are price gouging you. And we know that price gouging is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up.
Okay, before he moves on to something else, I don't necessarily know what he means by ban corporate landlords from buying up affordable homes. I have come across this idea from the NDP before, but what I read from their party materials didn't really give me more insight. It's possible that something has come up in Parliament that I'm just not aware of. But, I mean, affordable home usually means something pretty specific, right? Like, provinces have specific measures that they use to determine what homes are considered affordable, what an affordable home is. It could be below average rent for the local market. It could be a specific threshold. I'm sure it's handled differently in different jurisdictions and different government departments and so on. But yeah, I mean, as a broad strokes federal policy, prevent corporate landlords from buying up affordable homes. Does that mean that existing affordable homes are off limits to them? Does it mean that if you build homes that are affordable, then there are restrictions in what kind of ownership model you can have in whom you can sell to? That all sounds like provincial jurisdiction anyway. Of course, the federal government has ways of influencing provinces sometimes through agreements and disbursement of money and so on. It all sounds kind of vague to me. I'm not saying I don't like the idea, but I'm skeptical of the idea without more details. Because, I mean, I don't know. I rent from a corporate landlord right now. I'm not in a position where home ownership would make any sense for me, even if it were more affordable. I don't think that there's necessarily no place for them. And I don't think I have to take away from what he said there that there's no place for them. It seems like he has a more specific idea, maybe, at least it's implied in his wording, of what exactly he wants to shut them out from. And I might be open to it, but I don't have a very clear picture of what that specific idea is.
You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah, I guess stir people up against Galen Weston. I mean, not him specifically, but a little bit him specifically. That's fine. It's just my issue with the NDP is always like, I like their principles and they say nice sounding things, but what will they actually do? What's the policy? And in the past, Jagmeet Singh has been pretty light on saying what the actual policy is, and he mostly just says the nice slogans. I hope that he'll go deeper somewhere in this debate.
Hey, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it.
Trudeau was actually not that bad at talking about policy sometimes. I had other issues with him, but he was okay at that specific thing. But we'll see if Carney... I mean, I think Carney is trying to play it safe here, but we'll see if anything gets shaken up.
How would you pay for that?
We would want it to be just for everybody because the Liberals have created a discrimination against elders which are 65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders. Those are things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that. Other ways to do it is to reduce the pressure on housing price to make sure that the whole budget of elders and families and workers can afford houses which have increased dramatically in price.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
This is one of the reasons why I entered this contest, because of the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the Trump crisis to help fix it. And I would say, look, the housing approach is fundamentally different because we need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War. We do need a fundamentally different approach. And with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how? Now, Mr. Poilievre and I agree on some things. Okay. I agree as well on reducing the tax on first-time home purchases as a way to buy. But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular prefabricated housing, that uses Canadian lumber, including in reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in all respects, we're scaling up to double the rate of home building.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. That's time.
In fairness, he also there said things that I like the sound of, but were kind of vague. There's a lot of just like, we'll have a new approach, and it's going to be Canadian made. The tax cut on first-time home buyers, sure. It's probably fine. It's not enough by itself, but he doesn't say that it's enough by itself. Getting housing built, nobody's being super specific in this debate about how they'll do that. Honestly, Poilievre was maybe the most specific so far. I just think for reasons outside of the debate that, as far as I'm aware, his specifics are not good. That's just my bias. That's not review of the debate. Carney, I mean, he sets a nice sounding goal. It sounds like he has a clear understanding of the problem, but I don't know what he would do to get there. He was light on that. And if I'm going to criticize Jagmeet Singh for that, I'm going to criticize Mark Carney for that too.
We now move to open forum here, and Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while the GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre voted against that. They opposed the idea of giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break, and would rather give millionaires a tax break, which shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is that Mr. Carney also said,
I don't really have much to say about the GST holiday, but it's not that valuable by itself. I hope he has more to say than that.
That giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that earn more than $1 million is a good idea, but helping...
Okay, capital gains folks is kind of fun. I know what he means, obviously. Calling them capital gains folks is a new one to me. I do want to know an answer from Carney on this one, though.
Helping a family afford their groceries, helping people afford their bills for their internet, their cell phone, their home heating, giving them relief to take the GST off those is a bad idea, but giving a tax break to people who really only earn over more than $1.4 million, that's somehow a good idea.
Okay, you went after
that's your numbers.
You went after Mr. Poilievre first, so I'm going to give him the first shot to respond.
I want to be free. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Did you know seasonal changes affect how you and your home use energy as the seasons change?
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality is that housing costs doubled under the Liberal government, while Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today. He promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And now here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term, repeating the exact same Liberal promises that priced you out of a house. Just a few weeks ago, before the election, the Liberals voted against taking the GST off new homes, and they have continued to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home, and our change will be, again, to axe the sales tax on new homes, incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in order to build homes. That is a real plan for you to own a home and afford your life for a change.
It sounds good. They're coming at you from both sides. What do you say?
It sounds better than what the others are saying so far,
I know
it
may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone. And we're in a new
impersonation of them with the same policies tonight.
Very different.
Decent response.
Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau. Focus is on results.
Were you his economic advisor?
And so how to drive results in the housing market, you've got to change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers, $25 billion on the table for those housing developers, $10 billion for deeply affordable homes.
See, putting money into it, I like the sound of, more than threatening to withhold money if it's not done the way you prefer.
Cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing market.
Exactly what Trudeau and then Mr. Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the point is to show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say that you are a great crisis manager. Which one? I heard of nothing. As far as I know.
Okay, you were elected by nobody is a little silly when he's running an election right now, but I get what he's going for there.
Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or Cayman Islands? You have to prove something, and you have to reveal what you own in those companies if you want people to believe you.
Mr. Singh, you wanted to.
Yes, returning to the topic of housing. Now, it's very important. Obviously, we need to build homes that people can afford. Mr. Poilievre had the opportunity to.
I just want to say it's still awkward that it is important that they balance the speaking time. I don't think you can do it better in this format, but that one leader will go in on Carney and then they'll go to another leader to speak. I understand why they do it. I think it's the right choice here, but I do kind of wish we had one-on-one debates as well in these election campaigns.
Show us what he could do. He was the Minister of Housing under.
But it's also another reason that the debate format is, very different from what I'm familiar with, and also kind of inherently flawed. That they have 4 different guys on there, and there could easily have been more than 4, all vying for attention, really speaking to the masses of voters. It just makes for awkward situations like this, really, any way that you do it. I don't think they're doing it badly.
Stephen Harper, and during that time, guess how many homes he built? He built 6 homes during that entire time. This is not something you can trust to build homes. He built 6 homes.
200,000.
This has been confirmed again and again. You were 6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney is while he's laid out a plan, the problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision to buy up affordable homes in cities like Toronto where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when, Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Poilievre first, Mr. Carney second.
Mr. Poilievre first. He just went in on Carney. You see what I'm saying? I don't know how much I personally, by the way, point the finger at Carney for an organization that he was part of making that decision. But it's a totally fair line of attack, and I hope Carney has a good answer to it. Unfortunately, we don't get to find out right away.
First of all, Mr. Singh, the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
No, it was 6 homes,
and I appreciate neither Liberals or NDP are very good with math, but in that year, the year I was the minister, if I could,
which is great.
The year.
Poilievre really has some zingers. I really hate to give it to I do not like the guy. I hate to give it to him, but he has some zingers in this debate. And I wish Singh would stop talking over him like half the times that he speaks. It's not landing well with me, and I'm a lot more pro Singh than I am pro Poilievre, so imagine if you are not that way.
Let's
let him answer.
In the year I was
high enough, though.
The year I was minister, we had 200,000 homes built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
And guess what happened at the end of the Conservative reign?
One bedrooms rented out for $900.
And we didn't build enough housing for decades, and we grew our population, which is beneficial in other ways. And there's inflation and all that too. Point is, you can talk about what the averages were a decade ago. We were not in this current situation then. But a lot of people could have told you when you were a federal minister that bad things were coming. This has been decades in the making. A lot of it, again, goes back to not building homes at the pace needed for like 30, 40 years. You can try to pin this on the Liberals. They certainly own it, but the Conservatives own it too.
And since that time, housing costs have actually doubled under the Liberals.
They doubled
and
under the Conservatives too.
Now we have Mr. Carney making tens of billions of dollars of spending promises that will ultimately continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities. And that means axing taxes on home building and getting the government out of the...
I don't have a lot to say about bureaucracy. It's tricky, right? Because part of the point of bureaucracy on things like development is that you're balancing a lot of different competing interests. I certainly talk to people pretty regularly who think that it's gone overboard, who think that, small groups of people with fairly niche interests have too much power to block development these days. And I'm kind of sympathetic to that view, but at the same time, in a democratic society, you want to give people the opportunity to have their say and have their voices heard. There are competing priorities to weigh against each other. I think it's totally fair to say that we're skewed too far one way right now. But, I mean... It's a federal election debate. None of these things are going to be as simple as leaders make them sound like they are, but you can't go into proper depth on any of them in this setting. So it's fine.
The way so that builders can actually build.
I think,
Mr. Carney, you are on housing. We need a change, and you, sir, are not a change.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to pick up on. I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the six are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The six are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals.
There are many Canadians of different income levels. All right. Thank you for noticing.
Is a misunderstanding or
tell us about the capital gains, folks.
I'll be polite. Of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Also, really quickly, housing is largely provincial jurisdiction. A lot of what the federal government can do is throw money at it and put pressure on provinces. So, I don't know, make it that way you will.
O'Shea?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying that you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof so far. I'm saying quite clearly that you cannot be entitled to do it alone. You cannot be entitled to hold all the power in your two hands. You cannot go out there and fix things for Canada and Quebec without being seriously checked by serious people. You cannot go out there and speak for Quebec without Quebec having its own strong voice to protect itself and to promote its different economy. So if you want to collaborate, let's say right now that whatever happens, even if minority government happens, you will be a partner with the different Quebec economy and identity, which you have been not interested in for the economic part and not respectful for the identity part.
Let me get Mr. Singh in at this point. Can you tell us what's the first...
I don't really have anything to say to that, except that he just asked, I think, Carney a direct question, and they're jumping to Singh. Singh is relatively low in speaking time, but yeah, a lot of that in this debate, it is a little bit frustrating.
Thing you would do to make life more affordable for Canadians?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do, and I've laid out some of those things. I think fundamentally, I'm the only person on stage that not only fought for real...
Not that it's a big election issue for me, but no, we're just moving on because Singh needs speaking time.
For people in terms of affordability, I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people medication coverage, dental care that gives people more affordability by letting them access their services if you're a senior and a kid. I fought for childcare to make sure people could afford childcare. All measures that Mr. Poilievre voted against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet voted against. So if you want someone that's going to fight for you in Ottawa to actually make life...
I like all these priorities from Singh. Obviously, Carney doesn't have much of a record on them because he's been prime minister for like a month and he's not even an MP yet. But yeah, pharmacare, childcare, hugely important. By all means, let's talk about that more.
Life more affordable. You can't entrust all the power to Mr. Carney. He doesn't have a track record of making life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you, while the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable because that's not who they care about. You Democrats are in it for you.
Okay, I mean, to some extent, that's just getting his talking points in there. But I do like those talking points, and I think they do speak to important needs for a lot of people. So I would love to see more debate on those subjects.
Pierre Poilievre.
The number one expense for families today is taxes, more than they spend on food, clothing, and shelter combined.
Okay, but taxes can also be used to help people.
This after 10 years of liberal tax increases. We can't afford a fourth term of high liberal taxes. That's why
Carney's running on cutting
Conservatives have a
taxes.
plan for change. And that plan
Your plan
includes
voted
cutting
against every measure to help people out.
If I could, cutting income taxes by 15% for the average worker and senior, saving a working couple up to $2,000, rewarding hard work again. Because hard work is
I don't know that I even like that Carney's running on cutting taxes, but he is. Rewarding hard work again. I don't know, whatever. That's pretty stock conservative line. If you are a conservative, you probably like it. It doesn't do much for me.
Actually being punished is actually being punished because of
no. Okay, hard work being punished. No. Taxes are look. There's debate to be had about what the rates should be and what's being done with the tax money, but taxes are how we build a society together. And in my preferred society, how we make sure to take care of our own and that people are not left behind. I'm not interested for 1 second in hearing about taxes as punishment. With progressive taxation, as you make more money, you still make more money. But yeah, I think it's fair that you be asked to contribute more. I guess this is separate from debate performance. I'm just letting my bias get out here, but I hate the taxes as punishment line. As a citizen, you have rights, you have obligations, you have the opportunity to benefit from this economy. If you benefit more from this economy, it's fair to ask that you pay more into it and that we use that money. I mean, maybe we don't use that money for good, and then I have a problem with that. But like I just said, pharmacare, super important. A lot of people struggle without it. Childcare, super important. Where does the money come from? Exactly.
The very high taxes. Now, the Liberals promised 10 years ago they would lower them. They actually raised taxes on 9 out of 10 Canadians. We need a change in this country because your hard work should once again pay off with a powerful paycheck that buys you an affordable.
Progressive taxation, your hard work pays off regardless. Maybe it doesn't pay off quite as much, but this is, your hard work is being punished is just slop. It's nonsense. And powerful paycheck. I know I said earlier that I'm not super on board with the Maple MAGA stuff, but he sounds like Trump. Oh, you're going to make your paycheck so strong and so powerful. Give me a break.
Affordable food, affordable home.
So you want to save people
$2,000, and that's what we will deliver.
You want to save people $2,000, but cut their dental care, which is thousands of dollars.
False.
Cut their child care, which is thousands of dollars. Cut pharmacare coverage, which is thousands of dollars.
False.
That's not a very.
See, SIG gets it. Beneficial programs, especially universal ones that are properly paid for, are often net financial benefit to certainly the country and also to many of the people in it.
Very good math deal right there.
Some punishment.
You're going to save people $2,000, but cost them tens of thousands of dollars. That's why you cannot afford conservatives, and you certainly can't trust the Liberals
Mark
on
Carney's
their own.
turn.
You need new Democrats.
Mark Carney.
I'm
Tom
going to
Carney gets to
reinforce
speak again.
that point, and then I'll respond to Mr. Blanchet.
I know Carney's actually had a lot of speaking time, but they keep going at him, and there's just not enough time in this format for him to answer everything. It sucks. What can you do?
Childcare in this country, $3,000 to $10,000 a year for a family, depending on where you live.
Province, jurisdiction.
Depending on where you live, that's
province jurisdiction. But the federal government puts in funding and makes agreements with the provinces. That's something that I think was done extensively under Trudeau.
That's what's being saved there. $800 per trip to the dentist. We've expanded dental care to 8 million Canadians.
Because we forced
8 million Canadians.
Because New Democrats
Pharmacare. These are fundamental issues for affordability. We're talking about affordability and taking them off in order.
That's why you need New Democrats.
Quebec.
That's not what I've said.
And in terms of
income taxes
working with Quebec.
For Canadians.
Yes, absolutely. Throughout the short time I've been Prime Minister, working directly with the Premier of Quebec.
It's true that Poilievre hasn't said in this debate that he'll cut government programs. But I mean, you take away revenue, that tends to be what follows. And he hasn't really said at all what he will or won't do in that area. So up to you, I guess, whether you want to give him the benefit of the doubt. You can probably guess how I feel.
Our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Minister of Finance are from Quebec. Quebec and Quebec issues, whether it's
why haven't you answered
Mr.
Legault's letter? He asked 5 things in the letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about...
And you did not even answer him. And tonight, you are so much in love with Quebec.
Steve, the question that Canadians have to ask.
Why vote for Conservatives?
He's got the... Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor. Come on.
The question you have to ask is
Wait, why does Poilievre have the floor? They didn't call on him. He just started speaking first.
For a decade
it's fine.
Of liberal promises, can you afford food? Is your housing more affordable than it used to be? What is your cost of living like compared to what it was a decade ago? And are you prepared to elect the same Liberal MPs?
No, my housing is not more affordable than it used to be. I absolutely do have a problem with that. Again, look, in politics, you have to look at more than what's immediately in front of you. Would it be better under a conservative government these last 10 years? It's hard to say, but I don't have much reason for optimism given that they left in place the conditions for this to happen in the first place. Certainly the Liberals do own that it did happen on their watch, but yeah, it is not as simple as look at now, look at 10 years ago. These things, large-scale issues like these have causes that can go back a lot more than 10 years, as I keep saying. And yeah, I mean, Poilievre is being called out on the idea that if he gives that powerful tax cut for a powerful paycheck, what cost is going to come from that? What affordability gains the governments have made in areas like childcare and pharmacare are going to be rolled back, if any? And he's done like a vague denial, but otherwise he's not speaking to it at all.
The same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal staffers, all over again for a 4th term. Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that you are any different than the previous 10 years of Liberal government?
25 seconds left in this segment for you to respond to that.
Look, I do my own talking points. Thank you very much. The biggest risk we have to affordability, the biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump. So first and foremost, we've got to get that right. Secondly, we...
Fine, that's a big one, but plenty has happened in this country to get us into this position. So I do think there's a risk that Carney leans too much on the Trump stuff. And there comes a point where that's going to lose me. I'll let this one go. But if he keeps hammering it and he doesn't speak to other things...
We need to do it in a way that brings everyone along together. That means preserving pharmacare, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our
intrusion in Quebec jurisdiction.
I can't be mad at Blanchet. He's doing what he's here to do. But like, the federal government works on these things by throwing money at them, and I mean, I guess sometimes they do more intrusion, if you will, than that, but like, I think most provinces are happy to have the money and work out some terms. It's fine. Blanchet, like I said, is doing his job.
Over and again. I like if we're any better than we are.
The clock is
there
on zero.
One thing Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending you are better, and most of the time you try to copy what we did with our own money against us. What's that as a policy? Don't you have your own things to care about?
That really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish.
At least block leaders are funny. At least Gilles Duceppe was funny, and Blanchet is sometimes too.
Their points,
I'm far beyond,
we got to move on.
I took the liberty.
Thank you. Okay, that ends section 2. Up next, public safety and security.
In his pocket. Still want to know.
Fight crime, to protect Canadians, and to build communities that are safe, secure, and strong.
Keep crime, drugs, stolen cars, and other illegal substances out of our country.
We're going to invest in our borders.
I don't know if there's the way it was cut, but it sounded like he said that that stolen cars are illegal substances. I guess they sort of are in a manner of speaking.
And that means hiring more border officers.
Resources are in short supply, not enough staff. This is not the nice way to treat people who come to our border.
I don't think I'm going to enjoy a crime segment.
Okay, same format, one-on-one questions and then open debate. Monsieur Blanchet, you get to go first in this one. Public safety and security. For a lot of people, that means the fentanyl crisis. I'd like to know what you could contribute to ending that crisis in this country.
The fentanyl crisis is a very serious issue, which is a bit less important in Quebec than it is in British Columbia. I think the whole border thing is the real issue. Immigration is a very important issue for Quebecers. Immigration has to be dealt with in an orderly fashion. Our borders are not dealt with in an orderly fashion. The rules are not respected. The rules are unclear. Some rules even invite people to hide for 2 weeks illegally before coming out. Some things has to be done. The situation of one person asking for asylum may take as much as 4 years without us reducing the number in order to deal with them in a human way. The services for every citizen in Quebec are being reduced because we cannot afford the fact that we are receiving much, much more people in Quebec from this specific type of immigration than we can afford, and we cannot teach them French.
That's time, Monsieur Blanchet.
Two things. Number one, the question was about the fentanyl crisis. He said nothing about that except that it's a big deal. I guess he also... I don't know this fentanyl situation in Quebec, but I'm sure that it's bad wherever it is a problem. I don't know that the comparison to BC adds much, but yeah, that's what the question was about. He just pivoted to something he wanted to talk about instead. The other thing is, yeah, the asylum process. Pretty broken. To my knowledge, pretty under-resourced by the federal government. Very serious problem, but... He said something about reducing the number of people. He didn't elaborate on what he meant by that. It's a pretty straightforward principle that if people claim asylum, you process them. You make sure that these things are really not done perfectly by many governments, including Canada, but you try to make sure that if they have a serious need for a safe place to be, you're able to provide that to them. Because, I mean, when a person comes and asks for asylum, what that means... Sure, some people try to abuse the process, non-zero. I don't know how many. I wouldn't bet it's a ton, but a non-zero number of people. But, a legitimate asylum claim means that they're unsafe where they came from and they need somewhere to be that they can be safe. And countries around the world have recognized a need to provide that to people. So I don't know if Blanchet is implying that we should just start turning some people away because there are simply too many. If he is, I have a problem with that. But it's a tough issue. It is a very real problem that the process is not running as it needs to be. I suppose there are only finite resources that can be put into it, but I wouldn't say that there are enough right now. But anyway, the question was about fentanyl.
We can, of course, return to the immigration issue during open debate should you choose to. Mr. Carney, question for you. The Liberal gun buyback policy, not considered a success by many people. Reviving it is in your platform. Yeah. Why would it work this time?
Yeah, I think, well, what we've seen with that policy is some success at the commercial level, but not at the individual level, because it hasn't been, in my opinion, it hasn't been organized properly, and it needs to be organized properly. And instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety in order to do that. So part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we've tightened our borders. We have an issue, though, with a gun industry that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines. We banned over 2,000 of these. Every single time there has been a vote in the House of Commons on gun control, Mr. Poilievre has voted against it. You can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns.
Okay, I'm a little bit cynical about this one because the Liberals kind of have a history of just whenever they want to make some hay over public safety, they tighten up gun control some. Look, I grew up in an area. I grew up in a city in an area that has had a mass shooting within not too terribly long ago. I don't want to be around guns. I didn't grow up around guns. I'm not used to guns. I don't want to be used to guns. I'm very glad that I can go about my day, and I'm very unlikely to ever see a gun. That said, I do talk to people from rural areas where guns are kind of a fact of life, where they're valuable to protect yourself from animals. Or, look, if there is a crime out there in one of those rural areas, sometimes the police are not going to be of much help because they're very far away. And some people hunt and stuff. So my views on guns have shifted a little bit as I've met more people from more parts of the country, but generally I still want nothing to do with them. That said, I've talked to people who, are annoyed that they have a gun for a while, and then the liberals tighten things up a little bit, probably to score political points, and that person's gun is illegal now. I do like the sound of a gun buyback, at least, because I've talked to people who are annoyed that they can't at least sell their gun if they can't get to keep it. That is something. That said, we do have an issue with guns coming from the U.S. We do have an issue with more and more potent guns being developed. It does feel a little bit like I said, I'm a little bit cynical because I think this is just a talking point that the liberals, in part, that the liberals just dust off when they need something to run on. But yeah, I do support strong gun control. Not nobody ever gets to have a gun. Although, again, in a city like where anywhere I've ever lived, I don't really ever want to see one. But I mean, if he's calling out Polyev for opposing gun control pretty broadly, we'll see what Polyev does with that. Despite prefacing this with I'm a little cynical on this one, I definitely have a problem if Polyev is just unleashing the guns. I suspect he's going to say that it's a bit more nuanced than that, but we'll see.
Mr. Polyev, you can come back on that in the open debate if you want to, but my question for you in this segment is, Indigenous people are statistically overrepresented in our corrections system. Yep. Are you concerned that your Tough on Crime platform will make that worse?
Good question.
I'm concerned that Indigenous people are disproportionately the victims of crime. I give you the example of a wonderful group of Indigenous people who came under attack in Saskatchewan, and many of them were murdered. The killer was out of jail after 60 prior convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change will bring in a 3 strikes you're out law. 3 convictions for serious crimes, you go to jail for at least 10 years, maybe for life, no chance of parole or bail.
That sounds
We will bring in life sentences for traffickers of fentanyl, human beings, and guns, and we will secure our borders to keep the illegal guns
Thank you, Mr. Polyev.
I would guess that his 3 strikes law is probably unconstitutional. I don't know for sure, but in the trend in Canada, felony murder unconstitutional, life without parole unconstitutional, life without eligibility for parole, I should say. 3 strikes laws have been done in the U.S. Generally, the way that they do it is it's 3 felonies. And that's how you get cases, not so much now because the enforcement is different, but you would get cases where someone would get a life sentence for felony marijuana possession in states where that's a felony. I consider that pretty unjust. We don't have felonies and misdemeanors in Canada. We have summary conviction offenses and indictable offenses. And a lot of offenses can be charged as either one or the other with room for the prosecutor's discretion. But yeah, if you're saying broadly, and maybe he's not, maybe he would tailor it more specifically. I don't know. But if you're saying broad, but if it is something like broadly 3 indictable convictions and life sentence, that sounds extremely harsh to me. And it's not going to be like if you murder 3 people, you get a life sentence, because you murder 1 person, you get a life sentence. Again, with eligibility for parole after 25 years, which just means that you're entitled to a hearing. It doesn't mean that you're entitled to parole, but the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that you get to have the chance. So, yeah, he could talk about soft on crime policies if he wants, but 1, the criminal justice system often disproportionately targets specific communities over others. That's actually the question that he was asked in the first place, was about Indigenous overrepresentation in prisons, and he didn't address that. He talked about Indigenous people being disproportionately the victims of crimes. That's big too. That's important, but he used it to dodge answering the subject that he was actually asked about. You don't do anything to fix structurally the way that the criminal justice system is applied, where Indigenous populations are, more likely to be heavily policed, Black populations as well, and certain other minorities, more likely to face charges for the same behavior than white people are in a lot of areas. Also, just facing structural difficulties in society that make it harder to get by. There are a lot of reasons people commit crimes. It's usually not that they're bad, evil people. He said nothing about doing anything about that. So if all you do is just go harsher on crime, but you don't fix those structural issues in how crime is enforced, then yes, he is saying there, maybe it's a stretch to say that he's saying it, but he's not saying that he would just throw he'd throw more people in prison for longer, harsher sentences for, he says, serious crimes. He doesn't elaborate on what he means by that. I have a suspicion that I wouldn't like what he means by that, as I laid out. I don't like what it means in areas where it has been done in the U.S. But also, it's left totally open that he is just going to throw more Indigenous people in prison for longer, harsher sentences, more Black people in prison for longer, harsher sentences. And this is the thing about being tough on crime, right? It's like, it might sound nice at face value, oh no, danger. But first of all, crime is a broad category. A lot of things are crimes. Not all of them are actively dangerous to people. Those that are, I do hope the system handles differently from others. I'm not familiar with that case he talked about where someone had been convicted 60 times, I think he said. I don't know I don't know that situation. But it sounds like something where maybe that person should not have been out on the streets. We might be able to find common ground on that one. But so often the conservatives go for this broad strokes, harsh, tough on crime stuff that just throws the power of the state so overwhelmingly at some of the most vulnerable people in society without protections to make sure that people's rights are still safeguarded. And yeah, it's really gross stuff, I think, when you stop to think about it. It's also really gross stuff when people go and commit serious crimes against other people. But I don't think the answer to that is hammer. I don't think the answer to that is go harder on people who in many cases can be rehabilitated, who in many cases have been dealt a bad hand in life, but can overcome with the right supports. And again, disproportionately on marginalized people in society. I think without filling in more about the issue that he actually was asked about and he didn't speak to, that's a really gross answer.
This time, Mr. Singh, your question is about the RCMP, because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
And also in debate feedback terms, Polyev didn't answer the question. He just pivoted to something else that sounded nicer for him. So, sucks on that ground too.
RCMP.
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more rural communities and northern communities that there have been some serious concerns about violence or inappropriate use of force when it comes to the execution of their duties. We want to make sure that we've got a top-tier police force that provides security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important is for Indigenous communities, Indigenous policing. This is an area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit, safe for your kids to be able to play in the local playground. And that's something I'm committed to. And the other area that I'm focused on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime before it happens. And that's why we want to see increased investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100.
Okay. I mostly like this answer so far. I did not think that border security was where he was going with that. I thought like a more typical NDP thing would be like, we want to prevent crime before it happens, and that's why we want to make sure that people have enough to eat, that people have the supports they need to get by, even if they're struggling financially, that they're in stable positions, that people who are victims of abuse and violence have safe places to go to. That's the kind of thing I want to hear from the New Democratic Party. He kind of gave me a bit of whiplash talking about strong borders there. Maybe he's still thinking about like guns being smuggled across the border, but I feel like he had such an easy pivot into really good, valuable NDP priorities, and he's gone into a weird direction with it.
Border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those materials from coming into the country.
Time.
Yeah, the NDP hammering keep our borders safe as an elaboration on what he means by preventing crime. I don't like it. It kind of feels like he's lost his way a little bit there. Maybe that's harsh, but there's a lot more that can be said than that. That said, I did like the first part of his answer. Of course, a lot of communities depend on the NDP, or the NDP, depend on the NDP for their policing function, depend on the RCMP for their policing function. The RCMP has a lot of issues. I know there are a lot of people to the left of me who would like to just abolish policing. Look, personally, I think that it has some important functions in society that I don't know how to replace with something else. Like, mass shootings happen. I've lived in a couple of areas that have been devastated by them at some point or another. There are emergency situations where, look, if we're just doing the best we can, that probably means we need some kind of blunt force to throw at them. So the idea of reforming the RCMP, making it more community-oriented, building safer communities, I'm all good with that, and it is a clear answer to the question. It just really threw me when he then went to the border security thing, and he didn't elaborate on what he meant by that. I'm gonna guess that it's about like stopping the flow of things like guns and drugs into this country, but I feel like there was something better he could have said there.
Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment, which we go to right now. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word on this one, and it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is, you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding clause, setting aside charter rights of, as you call them, multiple murderers.
There it is. Guess you don't have to worry about the things that you propose being unconstitutional if you use the notwithstanding clause. I mean, the notwithstanding clause is part of the Constitution. I was going to say if you waive the Constitution. The notwithstanding clause is part of the Constitution, so it's a totally valid constitutional mechanism, but really it's an emergency button that should only be used for the most critically important things. I'll hear him out and then
Why
I'll talk.
do you think that's necessary?
To be clear, I want to uphold the charter rights of Canadians under Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, that right is violated by multiple murderers who are given discounts. The case in question was a gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshipers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out. That is outrageous. And I will use the constitutional powers that are created for this purpose to ensure that mass murderers stay in maximum security penitentiary for life. They will only come out in a box. We will also pass tough new laws that prevent repeat offenders from getting out. If you commit 3 offenses under the 3 strikes law I propose, you will not be allowed out of jail until you prove that you...
He dropped the word serious this time, or severe, or whatever he said. He just said, if you commit 3 offenses.
Or drug-free, that you are behaved perfectly, and that you've learned an employable skill, and you've served a 10-year sentence. We cannot allow liberal crime and chaos to go on terrorizing our communities. What we need is a real plan for change so that we can bring back the safety and the security that Canadians used to take for granted.
Let me get...
Okay. I'm going to be honest. I really don't like Poilievre. I'm never going to vote for his party, but I actually thought he was doing well in the debate until this section. And in debate terms, maybe he's doing well. Certainly there's a constituency for what he's saying. Again, he's not answering the questions that he's asked. He's just pivoting to things that he thinks will sound good to his base. And I'm sure they do sound good to his base. The question is, do they sound good to other people broadly? Okay, so first, the 3 strikes thing. So he said 10 years or life sentence earlier. I focused on the life sentence thing. I'll be fair, he emphasized the 10 years this time. 10 years, perfect behavior, drug-free, employable skill. He also said 3 offenses, and he didn't draw any distinction between serious and less serious offenses this time. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt based on what he said earlier and say that he's probably not talking about like a little summary conviction, you stole a candy bar or something 3 times and you're done. I think that's probably not what he means based on what he said earlier, although he's not doing a whole lot to be clear about that. he has not spoken for 1 second to systemic disparities in the system. So when he talks about behaving perfectly, is that going to be culturally sensitive? Are Indigenous offenders' cultural practices going to be understood within the lens of perfect behavior? Are they going to be given an opportunity to have a safe environment in which, I mean, I don't know what else I can say. It's so loaded with so much that he is not speaking to, but because he simplifies it so much, I'm sure it sounds nice and it sounds palatable to people who are afraid and worried about crime. But this is where the Conservative Party always loses me. There are conservative leaders who say what sound like reasonable things to me on other issues. And like I said, I even thought Polyev was doing well in this debate, even though I had issues with some of his policies outside of the debate. But whenever they talk about crime, it's always this red meat, just throw the book at them stuff, just drop the hammer on people. And that's just not a healthy way to run a society. Call me soft if you want, but like a lot of people who commit crimes just make mistakes. They just get into a bad situation. They're just in a tough position in life, and they don't know how to get by. And that doesn't mean that what they do isn't wrong, but it means that there's room for change with the right supports. But it's not 10 years, perfect behavior. That's not the right supports. That's just to make people sitting at home who aren't living that feel good. And it really grosses me out. And again, there's no sign of cultural sensitivity in what he's talking about. What does good behavior mean? What's the standard for that? He was asked up front about Indigenous overrepresentation in the prison system, and he just didn't answer about that. And then he talks about the guy who shot up a mosque, right? That's Alexandre Bissonnette. And that's actually what I was alluding to when I talked about how conservatives love to propose things on crime measures that are unconstitutional. The Harper government had this fight a lot with the Supreme Court of Canada. They would pass tough on crime measures and the Supreme Court would strike them down. That's why conservative leaders since then, and Polyev is not the only one, Aaron O'Toole did this too, have talked about invoking the notwithstanding clause. What the Supreme Court said in the Bissonnette decision, I don't think I've read the full decision, but I have read the court's own summary, is because I was look, I'm going outside of what was said in the debate here, but I was cheesed about Polyev talking about them slashing his sentence at the time. Bissonnette originally was given 6 consecutive life sentences for 6 convictions of first-degree murder. What that means is a life sentence for first-degree murder is life in prison, eligibility for parole after 25 years. So guaranteed 25 years in prison, and then after 25 years, you're entitled to a hearing to determine whether you're able, or whether you should remain in prison or not, or whether they can grant you parole. Bissonnette being given 6 consecutive sentences meant that it would be 150 years until eligibility for parole. So guaranteed never getting out in his natural lifetime. And the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that unconstitutional because a sentence of life without parole, you know, the American trope, life without parole, you'll never get the hearing. That is unconstitutional in Canada. And the reason is Canadian law, under that very Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which protects the life, liberty, and security of the person of all Canadians, even the ones we don't like, even the ones who do great wrongs in their lives, it's built into our system that criminal punishment must allow for some chance of redemption, some hope, however remote that is. Therefore, we never lock someone up and throw away the key because we never close the door 100% to the possibility that they can build something back up of their life. Now, I actually don't feel super strongly about this myself. I understand the reasoning behind the court's decision. And by the way, they did give him 6 concurrent life sentences, so it's still 6 convictions of first-degree murder, but it is 25 years until eligibility for parole. That was how they ensured that he's entitled to a parole hearing within his life. Well, not necessarily within his lifetime. He could die in fewer than 25 years, but within his expected lifetime. I don't actually have a super strong opinion on that. I do tend to err on the side of giving people a chance of redemption. Because I think it's important if you're running a democratic country that you care about every citizen, and you give them what opportunity you can and what grace you can to make the most of their life, even those who have made terrible mistakes. Do I necessarily extend that to Alexandre Bissonnette? I don't know if I do. It feels like I'm downplaying when he shot up a mosque, and I'm calling it a terrible mistake. I'm trying to speak in fairly general terms because we write criminal law to apply to everyone equally, with consistent, predictable rules across the board, right? That's why there are these gaps sometimes where it's hard to figure out what to do with the law, because we're trying to capture every possible situation for every possible person in a way that respects each individual person's rights to the extent that we can. So my heart's not bleeding for Alexandre Bissonnette. I don't know that I think he ever needs to get out. I don't know that I feel strongly about whether the Supreme Court of Canada made the right decision there. I'm not here to tell you, yes, absolutely, that was the right way to do it. But that is what the decision was, and the impact of it is that he gets a parole hearing after 25 years. A guy who did what he did, almost certainly that parole is going to be denied. Like, I'm not worried that, Robert Picton is about to get out of prison, or Paul Bernardo, and I'm not worried that Alexandre Bissonnette is really going to get out of prison in 20-something years. The court considers it, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled it a sort of important principled stance in Canadian law, that they at least get the opportunity to make their case. Most likely that Bissonnette will have the hearing, and then they'll say, no, this guy killed 6 people, he can't get out. But the point is that he gets to ask. I'm not sure I would have a problem in his individual case with denying him that right. I'm really not sure that I would. But we don't make laws for individual cases. We make laws to apply principles of justice consistently to all people. And when the Conservative Party makes hay over this, tries to scaremonger about a guy getting out of prison in his 50s when really he's probably never getting out of prison, for the purpose of making criminal law harsher broadly, then we actually trample more over the rights of people who are caught up in other situations that are not necessarily as clear-cut as the Bissonnette situation. And again, I'm going to keep hammering this because Poilievre was asked about it and he did not answer. We do that disproportionately to certain communities over others. So I've really gone off on a tangent that I didn't intend in this video, but this stuff sickens me. It really does. In terms of debate performance, I just hope people notice that he's not actually answering what he's being asked. He's just bringing out the rhetoric that sounds best for him, and I hope people understand that maybe this is too much to hope, that he's wildly oversimplifying the things that he's talking about, and that in criminal law, where people's rights clash and are engaged heavily with by the state, these things aren't that simple. And if you try to just be like, yeah, stop the bad guys, there's going to be a lot of collateral damage that could have been avoided.
Mr. Carney, to respond to that, do you think that's an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause of the Charter?
I think that the one of the core responsibilities of the federal government, Prime Minister, is to defend the fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians.
Good.
And those fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians are outlined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is 43 years old literally today.
Check this out. The phone is the key.
I really hope Carney's going to get to some substance after this ad.
I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgments of the Supreme Court of Canada. In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect Canadians from people like us on the stage.
Yes.
Politicians who may...
Obviously, the notwithstanding clause is part of the Charter, but... yeah, not a thing to use lightly.
Use their power to override fundamental rights. And the issue in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Poilievre, I should get Mr. Poilievre on that. Is it a slippery slope?
It's a little bit of a lightweight answer, but it's fine.
Use it in this case.
I must say, I would be quite interested too, because Mr. Carney said that he didn't want us to use the notwithstanding clause before adopting a law. And yesterday he said that he felt that it was wrong to use the notwithstanding clause after a law is adopted. So if we cannot use it before and we cannot use it after, it means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it, but it is very important. And the Ford case made it
Quebec
clear.
loves
The
using
Constitution
notwithstanding clause.
says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces. So, do you want the Supreme Court to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being the hell of a politician as you define them.
Well,
You
let
wanna
me just
come
start
back?
by saying,
Okay,
first of
Mr.
all, yeah, thank you. I just started by saying,
I don't know that I care what he says to what Blanchette just asked there. It's a little bit silly. I don't know that Carney's views on the notwithstanding clause are... Yeah, I don't know that everything he said there follows from it, but Quebec has been the most eager to use the notwithstanding clause so far, unsurprisingly, since it was created, because Quebec has never formally accepted Canadian Constitution and prefers to do its own thing where it can. And he's there as a bloc leader. It's fine, but I don't know that he said anything worth further thought on in that particular statement.
Let's not let Mr. Poilievre get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty.
Okay,
obviously,
good. Thank you.
That is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone agrees that horrible crimes should have horrible sentences. Judges are...
Okay. How about horrible crimes should have just sentences? Horrible sentences is a funny way to put it.
Equipped to do that, so don't let Mr. Poilievre's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone agrees that if someone does something horrible,
but I am glad
they
he's
should
calling
pay
this out.
a horrible price for it. There should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge. But what I'm concerned about is all of what Mr. Poilievre is talking about is after the fact. Now, there's heinous things that happen, and there needs to be severe penalties put in place.
Crime prevention again?
But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms that come across the border. Now, Mr. Poilievre has admitted that as well, that it is illegal handguns and illegal weapons that are used in violent crime. So our plan is, let's stop those illegal weapons getting into our country in the first place. And the way we do that is by having stronger border security officers.
This is just so weird coming from the NDP. Like, I'm not sure he's wrong, but it's such a massive, lightly secured border. I don't know how effective you can be in stopping the illegal flow of goods. Maybe you could do more than we do right now, but you're the leader of the NDP. Give supports to communities, help to keep people out of desperate poverty and situations where, I don't know, gang life is appealing or something. Why is he hammering border security? Like, maybe it plays fine in this debate. I don't know, I'm a little skeptical of the idea, but this is really milquetoast stuff from a party that I expect to aim higher.
And having more people on the border. Mr. Pierre Poilievre, when he was in power in the Conservatives, they cut the number of border officers.
Okay.
They reduced the number, weakening our borders.
Keeping an eye on time
can't
here.
trust them
Let's
to
get
do
back
these
to
type of
Mr.
things.
Poilievre on the
they
issue of
weaken our
whether
borders.
in using the notwithstanding clause under these circumstances would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
These circumstances are still poorly defined. I don't know if it even has to be a slippery slope, because I don't know necessarily what his starting point is.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested...
All Canadians get charter rights.
...in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals.
Both are extremely important. Both are extremely important. Also, like, part of the reason we give rights to everybody is that, one, not everyone that we think is a criminal really is a criminal, and two, not everyone that really is a criminal is... Look, there are different degrees of moral agency in the choices that people make. Like, yeah, if we're talking about the most heinous murderers, do not murder someone. Absolutely. I mean, even then, there are ways that it can be outside of a person's control. That's where we get to, like, a not criminally responsible for reason of a mental disorder situation or something like that. That's not what we're talking about here. But whatever. The point of rights is that everyone has them, and we do the best that we can to safeguard them for everyone.
Says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets. I don't think
no one
you
is turning
appreciate,
Alexandre
sir, the
Bissonnette
chaos
loose on our
that is
streets.
unfolding in communities. In Toronto right now, the police have been forced to tell people to just let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People are living in terror in many.
I'm not super knowledgeable. I have heard about that thing, the let them take the keys thing before. I don't know that it means much, right? Like if you get into a confrontation with a potentially violent criminal, I mean, it's a standard mugging advice, right? You get like, I've never been mugged. I knew people who were when I was growing up. You give them your wallet so that they don't hurt you. I mean, once you're already in that situation, that might be the best advice. The question is, how do we respond to that situation after the fact? And how do we do the best that we can to prevent that situation from happening in the first place? But I don't think, look, I know auto theft in recent years has been a big thing in the GTA. That's a serious problem. Maybe they can have some actual serious discussion of it in this debate. But at the point where you're already in the position where someone is confronting you to take your keys, there's not much at the level of policy to talk about there, right? Like advice for what to do to get through that situation alive and well doesn't really have any bearing on what we do before and what we do after. So unless I'm misunderstanding something, I don't know why he's bringing it up here.
Many of our communities, precisely because of the catch and release bail law, C-75.
Unless he's saying that if we never released offenders, then these situations would never happen. But that makes no sense. For one thing, you don't lock people up before they commit crimes. For another thing, he hasn't said a single thing. I haven't been impressed with what Singh has said about preventing crime, but Poilievre hasn't said anything about it, at least for a first offense, right? He's saying, oh, after people already commit offenses, lock them up longer and harder. But that's after they already do. But again, you can say a lot of different things about preventing the position where someone is confronted by a car thief. But what is advice for what to do when you're in that position, however likely or unlikely it is, have to do with anything?
5, which requires judges release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
I don't know much to say about that. Look, locking people up for a long time has a lot of implications as well, right? Especially before they're actually convicted of anything. I mean, that's I guess a different can of worms. Poilievre is largely talking about people who have been convicted of offenses. There may be more that can be done to make sure people are safe to release. I'm not saying that there isn't. I think that what Poilievre is saying is pretty arbitrary. 3 strikes, oh, a baseball metaphor. 10 years, oh, nice round number. I don't know that there's anything concrete to support it, and he hasn't given me reason to believe that there is. Maybe there's more that can be done. I haven't heard any good answers from him in this debate so far. I haven't heard anyone else really speak to it. But a lot of what he's doing here is just scaremongering, and I hope it's not. It might be effective. I hope it's not. There's so little substance to so much of what he's saying. He's not answering the questions that he's asked. He's bringing in situations that are emotionally powerful, the scary situation of being confronted by a car thief or something, but he's not really tying them into any actual constructive vision for change. He's just throwing around things that sound harsh and are like loosely justified by scaremongering scenarios. Maybe it worked. Look, part of the premise here is former competitive debater reviewing this. If I did this back in, the sport of debating, it would tank my scores. I would get horrible competitive results for this. But of course, the goals are different here, right? He's just trying to motivate millions of people across the country to vote for him. I hope it doesn't work, because some of this stuff is really gross stuff, but yeah, in terms of engaging with the debate and giving actual substantive answers, Poilievre has done, after I thought he did okay earlier in the debate, he has done a horrible job on this section. Maybe there is more to do about crime. I know there are some communities in Canada where people are seriously worried. I'm lucky enough not to live in one where I worry about crime going about my day, but some people do. But yeah, this is just not it. But then the others haven't had a whole lot of substance to say either. I mean, Carney at least is standing up for what I consider a more just system. But there's not been a whole lot said by anybody except Poilievre, and what Poilievre has said, I don't need to go over it again, do I?
I'm fighting for that as well, and let me be specific about two things that have been raised. The first is with respect to these issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the GTA area where there has been a sharp increase. How do you attack
Greater
that?
Toronto area.
You attack it several ways. One, you increase the criminal penalties for that happening.
Do you owe more than $10,000 in Canada on things like credit cards, payday loans, or lines of credit?
Particularly if you're part of a gang, particularly if you use a firearm.
And you will do that?
And we're doing so. We've committed to doing so. You put in place a reverse onus in terms of bail so that it has to be proven that there's not a risk, which we've also committed to. And then you go to what Mr. Singh was talking about, which is we have to reinforce our frontiers. That's why we're committing to an extra 1,000 Canada Border Service agents, an extra 1,000 RCMPs. That's why as part
I mean, bail is tricky because, of course, it's a serious burden on someone before they're ever actually convicted of a crime. So they only stand accused. They are innocent until proven guilty in the eyes of the law, but they have this burden placed on them just to have their basic freedom in the meantime before trial. So I don't like the sound of making bail harder to get. I really don't. But it's at least not on the same level as what Poilievre is talking about.
Part of the broader fentanyl initiative, where we've added to the RCMP there, we've added drones, we're adding helicopters, we're adding surveillance, and we're going to the other end of the chain with respect to car theft, which is tightening security at the ports. This is what we need. In order to get results, you need to focus at both ends of the chains in federal government.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities safe. Having access to those good services.
I've been waiting for him to say this.
Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre are proposing cutting government spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our community.
In a way, he almost kind of did a rope-a-dope thing here, in that the others had so much time to say this before he did, and they didn't. And now finally he gets here.
Community safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I've met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children have died because of this. And they're saying we need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms, and that's my commitment.
Mr. Blanchet.
Two things as rapidly as possible. First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organizations. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the guns and whatever else being stolen, sale, being by those gangs.
Sold?
And not stolen, being, you purchase a thing and selling, sold by those gangs. And we mostly have to protect.
I'm not sure what happened there. Obviously, it's the second language. Is he talking about like gun trafficking, where you buy them from a smuggler and resell them into local communities? I mean, the gesture kind of captured it, at least.
Protects our kids from being recruited by those gangs.
I'm not trying to make fun of his English. It was just kind of a weird moment.
14 and 16 years old, because this is the real fear of
his English is certainly a lot better than my French.
Parents like I am this is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because we said that we would come back to immigration. Do you remember the Century Initiative, a sad memory? Officially, they said that they had not considered Quebec difference. They had not considered Quebec language. They wanted Canada to be a 100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself, that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis. And one of his closest collaborators is now a close counselor to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people come into Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people. And in Quebec, we have the language and values and secularity of the state issue, which is very important. So I say, pause.
He's just getting his issues
Let's
in there.
do things properly. Let's receive migrants in an orderly fashion and successfully as a measure of respect for them also.
Mr. Poilievre, you wanted a word.
I speak to families all the time who are terrified by the scourge of drugs and illegal guns. And we know those guns are not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles, they're really going after the wrong people. 90% of guns that come in that are used in crime are smuggled illegally over the porous, Liberal-run borders.
The border
and that's
that
why
you cut
the
the border
police
officers
is not true, and that's
you
why
literally
the police,
cut the border officers.
The police
in the
actually,
facts.
if I could, the police actually endorsed
do it
me.
again,
The police in Barrie, in Peel, in Sault Ste. Marie have all endorsed me because they know that I will go after the gun smugglers and criminals with 2,000 extra frontline border guards that will stop the guns
After you
from
cut
coming
them,
in.
now you want to hire
But
them.
unlike
Singh's doing it again. So much of what Poilievre is saying and throughout the debate is just like, oh, there's a problem right now. Well, guess who the current government is? But like, did the problem exist before this government? Has it been building longer than this government has been in power? I'm not saying the Liberals don't own problems right now. They do, but sometimes Conservatives own them too. But also Liberal-run borders. It kind of reminds me of when the Doug Ford government in Ontario was trying to change the license plates, and somebody, I think one of their cabinet ministers, talked about how the time had finally come to replace the Liberal plates because the old license plates were Liberal somehow. Liberal-run borders. Okay.
like the Liberals and NDP, I will not ban hunting rifles.
I guess the old plates were Liberal because there happened to be a Liberal government before that PC government. So much of what Poilievre is saying is just that. It's just, oh, everything's not perfect. Guess who's in government? Not that that means nothing, but it means less than he's implying.
Liberals want to protect. I want to protect Canadians from criminals. The Liberals want to protect turkeys from hunters. I think we know which one makes the most
Carney,
sense.
quick intervention, Mr. Carney, and then I got a question for each of you before this segment's out.
People hunt in rural areas. People have guns for various reasons. I'm a little bit sympathetic to that. Maybe more than some of my fellow big city people are, but even so. Liberals want to protect turkeys from hunters. It sounds like a zinger, but I really don't think there's much impact to it at all, because that's just not what we're talking about here. What are you saying? That was a pretty weak one, I think.
Okay. We absolutely fully support hunting and rights of hunters and Indigenous Canadians. But I want to raise an issue, which is a serious issue, talking about safety. There are people, we're in Montreal.
Since forever, we've hated Mondays. But it doesn't have to be like this. Introducing Monday Hair Care. Our modern, award-winning formulas smooth, hydrate, and protect. No more bad Mondays.
In Toronto, across this country,
just one,
who fear going to their synagogue, fear going to their community center, fear taking their children, leaving their children in school. And this has to stop. This is it's totally unacceptable. So what we're proposing is to make it a criminal offense to threaten or to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship, their school, their community center. This, it pains me that when we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing as Canadians, of course, but we will put that in place respect. And this is a fundamental issue with
Let me get 10 seconds from each of you before this segment's out on what you perceive to be the biggest security threat to Canada right now. 10 seconds each. Mr. Poilievre.
The physical security threat to our country is the rampant crime wave that is running out of control. After the last decade, we had a 116% increase in gun crime. We need to lock up the criminals.
I got to hold you to 10 seconds. Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh?
Biggest security threat, illegal guns and drugs coming across the border and cuts to services that would make our public safety and security even worse.
Last word.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not hammering the cuts to services more, but at least he talked about it.
Monsieur Blanchet.
The fact that neither Quebec or Canada is able to protect itself and that we are still dependent and entirely dependent on Americans to protect us.
Okay, that is the end of that section. Also, gentlemen, up next.
They just talked about crime the whole time, so Blanchet raises something actually very serious and interesting and worth an in-depth discussion, but no time for that. It's just going to be thrown in and then we move on.
Energy and climate.
There's only so much you can do in a setting like this. It's why we could use more debates. It's why we could use one-on-one debates, like I say, but this is all we get this time. I know these things are negotiated by organizers and parties, and it's all very tricky, but it's unfortunate that we are stuck with the limitations of this format. Two different leaders there talked about important and interesting things that there's just not going to be time for. Oh well. So it goes, right? A federal election is a big, complicated thing with a lot going on. I do mean what I'm saying. You simply can't cover everything in a 2-hour debate, but makes stuff awkward.
Lines, getting things built, unleashing production.
We are unlocking major infrastructure projects, including in conventional energy, oil and gas.
We're speaking thousands of dollars a year for each family to pay for the damages of climate change.
We can absolutely build important projects like an east-west energy grid.
Energy and climate change. I know how much all of
I feel like it's going to be awkward. I said that I'm glad that they included climate change as one of the sections, but I feel like it's going to be awkward that it's energy and climate because Poilievre is going to talk a lot about pipelines and oil, and that's fine. That stuff does matter. I thought he did well, at least in debating terms, when he talked about it earlier. But I do worry that it's going to distract from climate change, which I am not a single-issue voter. I think it was ridiculous to be a single-issue voter, but that is my number one in recent years.
Well, you love talking about pipelines, so here we go. Mr. Singh, to you first. Should Canada build new pipelines to get our oil and gas to market?
Well, it's not an approach I favor with public money. There's not any projects that are on the table, so it's not a specific project to look at. I favor, when it comes to the environment, building an east-west energy grid that connects low-cost energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this all in context. We're talking about what our energy solutions are in the context of a climate crisis. And we're not just talking about a climate crisis in the far future. We're living it right now. I remember I met a mom a couple of years ago before I had kids who told me she was worried about taking her kids out on some days because of the forest fires in BC. It meant that it was unsafe for kids to go outdoors. Fast forward to when I became a parent just a couple of years after that, and I literally worry about the same thing. The forest fires we saw a couple of years ago meant that many places that didn't see this before saw days where there was such smoke in the air that it was dangerous for kids. We've seen extreme weather, forest fires.
Yeah, we had some, as far as I know, unprecedented wildfires in my area a couple of years ago. I'm glad he's talking about this.
Heat domes, floods impacting us. We've got to do everything we can to
Thank you,
protect our
Mr.
future.
Singh. That's time. Mr. Poilievre, where does fighting climate change land on your list of priorities when it comes to expanding energy opportunities in this country?
It lands within our priorities of bringing home jobs while bringing down emissions around the world.
That was a nonsense sentence.
The reality is that if we push production out of our country to more polluting countries, it actually makes the problem worse. But that has been exactly the Liberal approach with the anti-development law, C-69, blocking of 15 LNG export plants over the last 10 years. We have seen more of those jobs go abroad. I want to bring them home. My plan will be to approve, for example, natural gas liquefaction and export. If we sent our gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand for electricity, we could reduce emissions by 2.5 billion tons, which is 3 times the total emissions of Canada. That's the way we bring emissions down and jobs up. It's common sense, and now it's time to bring it home.
Okay, that answer sounded silly at first, but it got better. Basically, he's saying, well, the question he's asked is, where does fighting climate change fit within your priorities? And he's not really weighing it against anything else. He's just like, holistically, we have these priorities, and here's how fighting climate change fits in. It's actually a pretty solid, I don't know the policy of it in much depth, but it's actually a pretty solid answer. Realistically, you build these energy projects, you're going to do the pollution that comes along with that. There's only so much you can do to reduce it. That said, there are, of course, other factors to consider. Yes, the economy. Yes, the need for oil right now as we hopefully make a greener energy transition. I tend to think that we can't really point fingers at more polluting countries when we're still, when we don't have our own house in order, but he might well have a point there. I didn't hate that answer, but hopefully Carney will.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. The next question is for Mr. Carney. How would your government fast-track pipelines and mining projects while also following the Supreme Court decision that requires consent of Indigenous communities?
Well, I think the first thing, and
Polyev gets a climate change question. I'm curious to know how Carney clashes with that. No, Carney's question is just not about climate change. That is the one thing that's annoying me about this format. I know they keep saying, we can go back to this in the open debate section, and sometimes they do, but it mostly, I think this debate is being run pretty well. The one thing that bothers me is when they ask a candidate about a subject and they give a specific answer, or even they take a jab at another candidate within that subject, and then you go to the next candidate, and I'm very curious about what they're going to say, and it's just like, nope, different subject.
This goes back a bit to where we started, which is recognizing that we are in a crisis. We need to act with maximum force, and having a process,
maximum
and a consultation, but a consultation with a purpose, which is to identify those projects, those investments of national interest that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon. And so part of that process is ensuring that First Nations, Indigenous peoples, are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects, and that's why, and I can tell, you've got to tell on when I've gone on too long, so I'll finish up. That's why we're doubling, our proposal is to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to $10 billion. What does that actually mean? It means an ability for them to invest equity in those projects and be full partners. Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm only halfway through. I would bet there's some Indigenous leader out there who watched this live and was not at all happy to hear him talk about maximum force for energy projects. As usual in this debate, he's keeping it pretty light on details. Again, one thing I appreciated about Trudeau was he actually could speak to policy details sometimes in a setting like this, which you don't tend to see a lot of in this kind of debate setting where people are trying to get their sound bites and talking points out there in a crowded space. There are only 4 of them in this one, but even so, they're all fighting for attention. I don't know what he means by maximum force. I definitely do worry about the implication that it has for Indigenous rights. Look, again, these resource projects and the Indigenous relations side of it are complicated. Indigenous communities are not a monolith on these things. You're going to get different responses. Even internally, they're not always a monolith. You're going to get different responses in different places. But yeah, maximum force. There have been some hints throughout this that Carney is just going to strong-arm things through. I definitely have a concern about that, where it potentially clashes with Indigenous rights, and he's not really doing anything to ease that worry because he's focusing on selling that he's going to build. But it's hard to evaluate when he's keeping things pretty light on details. Yeah. But definitely I have a bit of a concern flagged in what he just said.
My tell is my clock, and my clock is at 0, so that's how it goes. Monsieur Blanchet, do you still oppose pipeline construction in Quebec, even though a majority of Quebecers now apparently say they support it?
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we are hearing very creative numbers, and we are being fed nonsense. And we will be back to it in a few minutes. But energy, trade, commerce is from south to north or north to south. And it's true in Quebec also. In a little more than 3 years, Donald Trump won't be in office. And there will be not one more pipeline having been built once we get there. So let's be serious, responsible, and we will be back with the numbers. We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities which will provide us with nothing.
We now move to open debate, and you all will get a chance or have had a chance to get the first shot at this. And Monsieur Blanchet, it is your turn to get the first shot. Canada has a substantial supply of critical minerals which are in high demand.
You know, I've bashed Singh repeatedly for talking over Poilievre so much. Again, I think it really only is effective if you actually have a real zinger to throw at him and not just, oh, but my talking point. But he is consistently lagged behind both Carney and Poilievre in speaking time throughout the debate. And we're now just past the halfway point. So you know what? Maybe he's doing what he needs to do to get his voice out there. I still don't think it's working very well.
And are you in favor of allowing these minerals to be mined?
Of course, it has to be done properly. Quebec has probably the most important clean phosphate reserves in North America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has to be exploited. This is the best way to use Paul Saguenay as an infrastructure that we need. We have lithium. Everybody needs lithium. Transportation has to be taken from oil to clean energy. This is what we want to be working on. It is part of the specifics of Quebec economy. So we are in favor of that, but we don't want to pay for the $30 billion which have been spent on oil and gas by the Liberals last year. It's $7 billion from Quebec. We don't want to pay for the $40 billion which have been spent by the Liberals on Trans Mountain. It's $9 billion from Quebec. Those are $16 billion of which not $1 has been spent in Quebec to develop a lot more power and wealth.
Patients make a choice between wanting whiter teeth or having sensitivity protected teeth. Now,
for Quebecers, with our own money.
We need to let the leader of the Liberals respond.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec, exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And it's not just an enormous economic opportunity, it is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to develop it, but how do we develop it and who are our partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the United States, which is what they want? By the way, President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again the unreliable. If I may, and so the discussions
to negotiate.
If I may finish.
Let's let him finish.
Let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point. In order to get it done, I'm
not sure what Blanchet is getting at there with your job is to negotiate. When they did a whole section about negotiating with Trump, how unreliable it is, how important a position of strength is, how important Canada building itself up more and becoming less dependent on the United States is, I'm not sure what Blanchet was trying to get across with that interruption. So it doesn't really do anything for me because I don't understand it, but maybe we'll find out.
Get it done. We'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures in place that I talked about earlier in terms of capital, timing, approvals, so that we can move quickly, we can be stronger at home.
Always with the approval of
I
Mr.
think
Singh has the floor.
we should absolutely take advantage of the fact that we've got incredible amounts of critical minerals in our country. And the way we do that is with any energy project or any project of this nature, make sure it's got the local community buy-in. It creates good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so I absolutely agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that the past number of years, the Liberal government record is one where we have spent the most subsidies compared to any other country in the G7 on subsidizing oil and gas. These are highly profitable companies.
You voted
I think that's
for
the
it.
wrong thing to do. We fought against it again and again.
No, you.
I'm not super knowledgeable on this. My understanding is that at least in part, the Liberals have subsidized the oil and gas sector to improve its environmental standards, which is, I suppose, better than not doing that. Again, in a world where we are still somewhat dependent on the oil and gas sector economically in Canada and for energy worldwide, though I do want a clean energy transition. That doesn't happen overnight. That said, I could be mistaken about something here. I'm not very knowledgeable about it, but I have seen the NDP criticized in the past for opposing subsidies that exist for the purpose of improving environmental practices. Just a bit of background. I'm not even 100% certain that it's right.
You voted
and then
for
the
it
Liberals have continued to do it. And so my question really to Mr. Carney is, will you commit to ending oil and gas subsidies? We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talk.
I promise Mr. Poilievre the next, we'll come back and get that question answered. Mr. Poilievre.
I hope so.
Well, Mr. Carney, you point out that Donald Trump has a wrong-headed idea of putting a tax on our mines and our industry. And that is wrong. But so do you.
Yeah.
You want to apply a massive industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants,
You want to let them just pollute
Canadian
as much as they
oil
want?
and gas. And your idea is to double the tax that Trump is applying by hitting them a second time. This will do nothing for the environment. It will actually ship our jobs south of the border,
So Mr.
just
Poilievre's plan is let them
like
pollute as much as they
President
want.
Trump
Not a good
wants. My plan is to bring that production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like Quebec's aluminum, for example, or British Columbia's natural gas, so that we not only bring home the production, but we do it below global average levels of emissions, so that we actually help the environment while bringing home the jobs for our people
We have to let him
at the
finish.
same time.
Okay, I mean, the details are whatever they are. There's not much room for that here, but it sounds nice.
That is a sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic destiny so we can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change.
Mr. Carney, we've got, hang on a second. I want to give you a chance to speak to Mr. Singh's criticism about oil and gas subsidies and Mr. Poilievre's criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to make 3 points. I'll make 4 if you want me to respond to that, but I want to make 3. The first is that I answered this question last night, but I think the puck had already dropped in the Canadiens game, so not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies.
That's why you need new Democrats.
Secondly, I would have done it independently. Secondly, recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone. Keystone, which is the pipeline which has helped to increase oil and gas oil exports by 50% in this country. That is an asset of the people of Canada. We own it. And the question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared, it's actually an asset of Canada. Let me make a third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, and particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become low carbon in the production and transportation of oil. One of the big projects we need to move forward with is carbon capture and storage, the Pathways project, so that we have oil and gas that is competitive.
I know some people are very down on the feasibility of carbon capture. I'm not very knowledgeable. I mean, I hope it works out in a viable way. I don't think it hurts to try more things, given the struggle that we're having with cutting emissions. But I understand it's not very far along to viability right now. But I'm not mad to hear it as part of a proposed plan.
Not just today, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, as the world uses less, we want to have more market share. We need to do
Mr. Carney,
that. My government will move that.
But by definition, a subsidy isn't when we buy a pipeline. I'm talking about subsidies that go to oil and gas companies. Independent, separate from the country, oil and gas companies. That's what I'm talking about.
The figure you quoted last night included the cost of the pipeline.
Do you want to address
billions
his
of
point?
dollars we're spending. We got to stop spending.
Sorry, can we get you to address his point about the industrial carbon tax?
How much will the industrial carbon tax add to the price of a car?
So the first thing I want to say is I'm going to address the broader point. Broader point is the entire absence of a climate plan from Mr. Poilievre, which, by the way, is going to put our industry and our country at a disadvantage as we're looking for new trading partners. Guess what? Most people want to deepen our partnership in Europe, in Asia. Those countries care about whether or not you've made progress. Second thing is, we're designing a program so that the big polluters pay Canadians at home for making responsible climate choices, for retrofitting their home, getting their emissions down, or improving otherwise. And that is smart climate policy. It's better for the big polluters, and it's better for Canadians.
Pierre Poilievre.
Okay. Long ad. Hope it's only one.
Mr. Carney didn't answer my question. I asked how much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car? And he won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, Mr. Carney has temporarily
But do you know the answer?
hidden the
you don't
carbon
know the answer
tax.
either. You're just throwing out random
thousands of
questions.
dollars. Thousands of
You're just
dollars.
making it up, though. You don't
extra
know.
cost.
Okay,
See, it's hurt by the fact that he's interrupted Poilievre so many times, but that was kind of a zinger. You're just making up random questions. Unless Poilievre gives the answer, he got him.
Actually, I do know the answer to that question. He's wrong.
When you add taxes to steel,
if you actually do know the answer to that question, maybe you should have said in your speaking time.
You raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add everything, taxes
to
the
price.
When you add the carbon tax onto the price of, for example, fertilizer, you increase the price of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the Liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a new government that will fully axe the carbon tax, increase the jobs that we have here in Canada, and bring down your cost of living.
We got just a little over.
He's getting the slogans in there. I mean, that's the main thing that this exercise is about.
3 minutes left in this segment. So, Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians? You're out there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. You speak to any young person and they think, no, we're
definitely
seeing
still a priority
climate
for me.
crisis in front of us happening right now. You speak to seniors who say, we used to be able to live in our homes without air conditioning, and now we're seeing heat crises in communities that never had worries about extreme weather. We're seeing flooding, we're seeing forest fires like never before. We are living in a climate crisis. So Canadians are absolutely worried about it. As soon as we come into a summer, we start seeing those forest fires again. It's top of mind for Canadians because they're living it, they're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know, Mr. Carney is not going to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Poilievre wants to let big polluters pollute as much as they want, poison our beautiful land, our water, and air. He wants to let them dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet, on the issue of whether or not people still care about climate change.
I think people should be kept very informed about climate change because we are in a very strange denial situation about climate change.
Yeah, I mean, climate change is like going to kill or displace people all over the world, left unchecked. You think that we have issues with migration and asylum right now. More displaced people, more of that. Threaten various supply chains, including food supplies. As Jagmeet Singh said, create environmental and weather disasters in this country at an increasing rate, as we're already seeing. I mean, it's sad that it even has to be asked, do voters still care about this? But I'm just glad they're giving some focus to it. Like, there are things that are maybe more immediately in our faces, although not so much in summer when the wildfires get going. But yeah, it's just so important.
which still exists and is very expensive. And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and
when it comes to young voters specifically, I mean, I do kind of get the impression that a lot of people have lost sight in the face of other things, but people talk a lot about genocide these days. It's not that long ago that I was hearing people younger than me liken unchecked climate change to genocide of the entire world. So, I mean, I hope we're keeping some of that energy up.
And gas is a fairy tale. Large-scale carbon sequestration, sorry, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If Alberta wanted to exploit oil and gas and it were not a matter of pollution, I wouldn't mind at all.
Blanchet has a good point
That's
here.
Their business.
There's really only so much you can do to clean this
house in terms of energy in Quebec.
And people
is
do
clean
kind of tell
energy.
each other fair.
We are the best place in the world to achieve.
I'm not going to talk over him. People do kind of tell fairy tales about these things at times. It's like American politicians, including but not limited to Trump, talking about clean coal. You can improve environmental standards, but there is only so much that can be done while we're still burning oil to make our society go. And for all that I said, look, I hope carbon capture works out. It would be extremely helpful. I don't know that there's evidence. Well, I don't know that there's very much evidence at this point that it's going to. I'm okay with investing in it because it'll do a lot for us if it does work out, but I don't know that I have reason to believe it definitely will. So, Blanchet, I like where he's going with this so far. We'll see where it ends up.
Achieve that our market is the northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers. Let us be different because we can afford to be different.
Let me give. I will get to you because I said I would. But you've taken a couple of hits here, and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But we cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need to repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69, a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax and get rid of the Liberal energy cap. We need 6 months approvals in order to take back energy security and energy sovereignty.
We can summarize that. He wants to conclude as much as possible.
Hang on.
Okay, before they all talk over each other, I haven't talked much about the carbon tax. I mean, it's sort of a key piece of a market solution to addressing climate, right? You make it more expensive to emit carbon. People are incentivized, businesses, I guess, are incentivized to pursue alternatives to emitting carbon. Makes sense to me. Generally a policy that's been pretty well reviewed by experts in the last couple decades. Even I think conservatives liked it until liberals went ahead and implemented it. I don't know what to say about the specific impacts right now, but yeah, I'm definitely skeptical of completely trashing that. But I'm not an expert. I'm more knowledgeable about the law back in that crime section than I am about this topic. But yeah, okay, Polyev said he wants to have environmental standards. I mean, that's basically what he said, right? Like, we want to hold companies to standards that protect our water and air. That's good. I'm glad he's saying that much, but I'm going to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because he has talked about ways that he thinks that he can make energy development more climate friendly. I don't know that his track record outside of this debate really supports that, but he is at least saying some of the right things. But he was asked about the importance of climate change, and he talked about other environmental standards. They matter, but it kind of feels like he's signaling something about how much importance he really assigns to climate specifically. Maybe that's reading into it a little too much, but look, you're a political leader in a debate like this. The things you say and the things you don't say matter.
Last word to Mr. Carney in this segment, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I was born in Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories, just north of what the oil sands became. When I was born and when I was growing up in Edmonton, early days, it was a fairy tale, quote unquote. But you know what happened? Canadian ingenuity, Canadian engineers, Canadian governments, both the federal government and the Alberta government got together and converted this.
The worst pollution
if I may,
in the world.
If I may.
The worst
May I finish? May I finish?
Okay. So first of all, he's reminding us he's from Alberta. Second, Blanchet coming in there with the worst pollution in the world. Fair enough, I'll give that to him. But I think what Carney is saying here is, look, we can take on big projects that people think might be too much for us to handle. With our ingenuity, we can make them work. It's a pretty rosy view of, the sky-high limits of human potential. But I mean, I want him to be right. Don't know if he is. I want him to be. But the point is, I think he's saying I think he's going to say you can apply that thinking to the clean energy transition. And look, if we are going to turn this thing around, that's what we're going to need.
10 more seconds to finish, please. Let him finish his point.
I need to back up a little bit. I didn't catch what Polyev was saying there. I've been trying not to do that, but this one time I will.
And the Alberta government got together and converted this.
The worst pollution
in the world.
If I may. The worst pollution
may I finish?
May I finish?
May I finish?
10 more seconds to finish, please.
He said nonsense, false. I think he's telling... I think he's saying it's not the worst pollution in the world, which... whatever. It's probably not the worst pollution in the world, but these guys are getting their talking points in.
Let him finish his point.
That's the opportunity we have. That's the opportunity we have in carbon capture. That's the opportunity we have in small modular reactors. That's the opportunity we have in hydrogen beyond. This country can be a clean energy superpower. My government will help deliver it.
And that is time.
I really like the sound of that. I don't know if he's going to deliver it. I didn't hear anybody else talking about building a clean energy superpower. Polyev talked about building up our oil and gas in a somewhat more efficient way. And look, if Carney has the substance to back it up, and I guess I'll look to the platform and some of his other statements to see what I can find out about that before Election Day. There's only so much that you can get out in a debate setting like this, but it's not great that he only got it in right at the end, but he did set a target that's a lot more ambitious than what Polyev talked about and a lot more in line with my view of the seriousness and urgency of the climate crisis. So, look, in recent years, the Liberals have tended to have the best climate policy, according to expert reviews. That's part of why I lean toward voting for them going into this election. I was keeping an eye out to make sure that they would still have climate policy in place that was... not just hand-waving the hard parts like the NDP tends to do, and not just setting soft targets and focusing on the money like the Conservative Party tends to do. I don't know that I get from this debate that Carney has more serious and substantive goals in mind for climate policy, but right at the end there, at the very least, he stated a priority that I think is more appropriate to the situation than the priority that Polyev focuses on, which is just somewhat more efficient versions of what we're doing right now. And I don't know that I can even remember, as I'm watching this, what Singh said that his vision is. So I guess I'm still giving that one to Carney, but kind of grudgingly because he got what I want to hear in right at the end. And I don't know that what I want to hear is realistic. It's more, I'm more feeling just like we're kind of screwed if it's not realistic, so we just have to bet on it anyway. But he talked about, very briefly, about, alternative ways to generate electricity, building up capacity in Canada to do something beyond what we're doing right now, using the oil sands as an analogy for our ability to build up that capacity. Maybe it's fair to say that, I keep saying he only got the good point in at the end, but maybe it's fair to say that he built to it over time. I don't think he did too badly there. In terms of debate performance, though, I mean, they all did what they needed to do, except, again, I feel like Singh had very little impact. I mean, he's still down there in speaking time with Blanchet, both of them getting noticeably less speaking time than the other two. It's kind of appropriate for Blanchet because he's not going to be prime minister. He only really has so much to say in a setting like this, and he is getting his points out there. I do kind of feel like Singh is being screwed a little bit on the speaking time, although it's not a huge disparity. But Yeah, I mean, at least Polyev sold a vision there. I don't know that Singh did.
Time for this segment. Gentlemen, let us go to our final theme, which is called Leading in a Crisis.
Canadians know how to weather a storm. Canadians know how to get through a difficult time.
If, at the end of the day, we end up with the balance of power, Quebec is safer than it could be in any other scenario.
Now is not a time for weakness. Now is the time to take back control.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Again, like you can say that. He can say it's not a time for weakness, but nobody is running on, let's be weak. And nobody was weak before. I mean, they're probably going to talk about Trump. Because, I mean, that's not the only crisis, but it's sort of the immediate attention-grabbing one. Well, like, Trudeau actually had a pretty decent record on standing up to Trump. Maybe it's time to move on from him. I mean, we have already, whether it's time or not, and surely it is time for other reasons. But, yeah, I'm reminded a little bit of the early part of the debate where Carney was like, we're going to be ready to negotiate with Trump by being strong. And then Polyev was like, well, I have a different approach. We're going to be ready to negotiate with Trump by being strong. Nobody is running on being weak. But maybe they'll tie it into other crises somehow, like housing and affordability.
Okay, leading in a crisis is a pretty broad theme that allows us to explore many different avenues here. So let's get to it. Mr. Carney, you get the first question this time.
Honestly, I said that the sections were well chosen earlier, but this one kind of feels like a rehash of some of the others. Which is maybe not the worst thing, because some of the things they talked about could use more depth, but I do wonder whether there's something else that they could have covered instead of leading in a crisis when they talked about leading in specific crises through specific themes throughout other sections of the debate.
We haven't balanced a budget in this country in 17 years, and 10 of those years were under your party. You have pledged to get us to a balanced budget in 3 years. Question is, how?
So let me put this in the context of leading in a crisis, which is, in a crisis, you got to plan for the worst. Worst is that the U.S. actually does want to take us over. Secondly, you got to have a plan to build, and that'll include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with overwhelming force. You need to think big. You need to move rapidly. The things we've been discussing today are a subset of what we can and should do as a nation, and we can deliver. And government can play a role, but its role has to be catalytic. And so our approach is that we will slow the rate of spending. It's been growing at 9% a year, operational spending, program spending, away from transfers individual, 9% a year. We'll slow that to 2%. We will focus on a small amount of capital spending by the federal government.
Domestic investors are experiencing
Looking for clarity on where to invest?
In order to drive enormous private investment up to $500 billion by 5 years.
Thank you, Mr.
Carney keeps talking about overwhelming force, maximum force. He never really elaborates on what he means by that. It's hard for me to say whether I like it or not, because it could mean putting enough energy into the crises, an appropriate amount such that we solve them. It also could mean, look, trampling over legitimate interests that people have that maybe slow things down. I mean, I talked again earlier about how with bureaucracy, sometimes it gets in the way and that's a real problem, but sometimes you actually make sure people's rights and interests are protected in a democratic society. When Carney talks about overwhelming force, I kind of see both visions for where that leads. I don't really know what he means by it, but if he means putting appropriate effort and energy into solving crises, that I like. But he's, again, keeping it a little bit vague.
Mr. Carney, Ukraine surely constitutes a crisis.
Oh, he also talked about the government having a catalytic role. So I guess that means instead of trying to fix everything itself, it tries to put the right structures in place to incentivize and empower other entities to fix things. So make sure the funding and incentives are in place to get for the private sector and whatnot to get things built. I mean, that's fine. I guess I'll find out outside of this debate more detail on how he plans to do that.
Leading in a time of crisis, Mr. Polyev, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine. Our party supported donating missiles that the Canadian military was decommissioning. We supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians in the defense of their sovereignty. We also need to rebuild our own Canadian military because the Russians want to make incursions into our waters. We'll be buying 4 massive Arctic icebreakers. I'll be opening the first Arctic base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill the vacancies in our Canadian armed forces. We need a change to rebuild our military, which has been so disintegrated under the cuts and the mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world, and they will have full backing from my government if you give me the honor of becoming Prime Minister.
Okay, I mean, the Canadian military is in pretty rough shape, and in the current climate of 1, Russian aggression, 2, an unreliable United States that even postures at being a threat to us potentially, and 3, Canada becoming kind of an outlier in NATO for not meeting the 2% commitment that I think at this point most NATO members are, even though most of them weren't, 9 years ago. And Canada being kind of shamed in international spaces for lagging behind NATO in spending. Even though I'm kind of a progressive-minded, bleeding heart peace guy, I do think that significant investment in our military is appropriate right now. And I hope that we don't need it in the Arctic or certainly on the southern border, but better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. So I'm glad that's being brought up.
I may come back to that one in the open forum because I'm not sure we got an answer about Ukraine on that one, but okay.
Well,
we did get an answer about Ukraine on that one. It wasn't very specific, but he said, yes, I want to continue our current support of Ukraine. I don't know. That's a weird time for the moderator to call that out, unless I missed something in the question. Hang on.
Leading in a time of crisis, Mr. Poilievre, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine. Our party supported donating missiles that the Canadian military was decommissioning. We supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians in the defense of their sovereignty. We also need to rebuild our...
Okay, that one actually got by me. He didn't quite answer the question that he was asked. The question he was asked was, if the U.S. drops off its support from Ukraine, should Canada do more? And he said, we should continue to support Ukraine. And he talked about his support for things that we're already doing. So there was an answer about Ukraine in there. He stands in support of Ukraine. He's very clear about that. But wow, that was... Yeah, I missed that one. The question was, should we do more if the U.S. does less? And he didn't answer that part. But I do believe him that he's serious about supporting Ukraine, whatever exactly that looks like. But yeah, if you wanted an answer to that specific question.
An answer about Ukraine on that one, but okay.
Oh, well,
going on. Monsieur Blanchet.
The answer was yes.
The answer was yes could mean, like I said, yes, I support Ukraine, or yes, I would do more if the U.S. does less. I don't know if Poilievre remembers exactly what the question was. It might be fair if he doesn't, but
we'll get more details perhaps as
like
we go
might
forward.
Come back to that.
Monsieur Blanchet, given the U.S. trade war, should any talk of a referendum on Quebec independence be put on pause?
That one is easy. It will happen only after the negotiation is over, and that's a good thing. I want to say I support the idea we must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza, and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. You know what? I don't want to be the leader of Canada. You will understand that. I don't want to be Prime Minister. But I can offer to be a partner, a responsible partner, a collaborative partner. If Quebec is respected in its differences, in its aluminum industry and lumberwood industry and culture and French language and values of secularity of the state, which is the price to be paid in order to have real equality, then If we are respected, we will be a partner, and then even Canada will be stronger in its negotiation against Donald Trump. This is what I am offering. Respect us.
This might be a Quebec thing that I don't know about. I don't have my ear to the ground in the politics of a province that I don't live in. That I haven't even been to in a few years at this point. I have no idea how, in a question about leading Canada through crisis, in a section about leading Canada through crisis, on a question about the timing of a potential Quebec independence referendum, the leader of the Bloc Québécois got to talking about Hamas when nobody else had brought that up. To me, that's very strange. Not that Israel-Palestine isn't a pressing issue in the world right now. Obviously, it's a critically important issue to a lot of people, and one that has not come up so far in this debate, and doesn't really readily fit into the list of topics unless you consider it a crisis for Canada specifically. I mean, I think this section about a crisis, obviously Israel-Palestine is a crisis, but I think we're talking about crises that are closer to home, at least implicitly. I think there was a lot of room for Israel-Palestine to never come up in this debate, which maybe is something that the leaders would prefer. But I guess you could say it was conspicuously missing. But I have no idea how the leader of the Bloc Québécois got to that on a question about Quebec independence referenda. I am probably not going to allow comments on this because can you imagine? So I'm not going to say, let me know in the comments, but I'm so curious as to why that's something that he thinks he needs to bring up there.
Mr. Singh.
Also, he said something about referendum after negotiations. I don't know what he meant by that. So, okay, Quebec will be a partner to Canada in negotiation with the United States if Quebec is respected. That's about what I expect him to say, and it's been his line throughout the debate. But I didn't understand his answer about how a possible referendum ties into that. Again, I'm probably just missing context, but anyway.
I watched last night's debate. You seemed very eager to talk about healthcare, so let's talk a little more healthcare right now. You have made many promises on healthcare. If a province says to you, we'll take your money for healthcare, but not your conditions on how to spend it, what do?
We've got to negotiate. We can't be giving away money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting people across this country. People are waiting desperately in line in emergency rooms for hours and hours. Seniors are waiting for years and years to get the care that they need for surgeries that would remove pain or help them deal with mobility issues. We're in a serious crisis. Healthcare workers are burnt out. They are overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization, and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system. So we've got to fight back against it. We cannot allow our public money to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions where care gets to people, not profiting those at the very top. And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of Americanization and privatization.
Okay, we now go.
So the question itself there was really interesting, right? Because healthcare policy is provincial jurisdiction, and the federal government's role is basically to throw in money so that the provinces can fund the things that they're trying to accomplish with their policies and the structures they create. But we do have a problem in at least some provinces where provincial governments are getting health transfers from the federal government and they're not making effective use of that money, or they're not, they're spending it on other things. They're not necessarily putting it toward healthcare goals, and in particular healthcare goals the federal government would support. On the other hand, well, on the one hand, you could say the provinces get to do that because it's up to them to make those decisions on healthcare. On the other hand, you could say the federal government doesn't have to kick money in if it doesn't support how the money is being used. It is a difficult federalism problem there, that these two levels of government have different roles and their goals may not be aligned. And what do you do as a federal government? Where's the line between being supportive and trampling the province's powers? I don't really expect an in-depth answer on that in a federal leaders debate. It's a little bit abstract and not really the kind of thing that's likely to move very many votes, I would think. I think Jagmeet Singh handles it just fine there. Look, we have certain principled ideas about what we need to achieve with our health policy. We need to deliver the best care for people in need. And look, I think people in a lot of provinces are worried about privatization of healthcare. I've actually been getting flyers in my apartment building about warning about U.S.-style privatization of healthcare in my province a couple of times recently. And Singh doesn't really talk about what he would do there. He doesn't talk about where the line is for imposing conditions. He doesn't talk about what those conditions could be. But there's at least an implication that he would expect provinces to put the health transfer money to extensive public use with a robust system that is not being cannibalized by private interests. And I think ultimately the answer to the question is yes, he thinks that there should be conditions attached, but I think he makes a fine enough case for it there.
Go to open forum debate, and perhaps, Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word here. This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans in everything they do. When they're wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies.
Yep.
And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market because, frankly, the Liberals blocked exports of Canadian natural gas off the Atlantic coast. They blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add?
Well, I want to...
Man, Poilievre is good at the catchy slogans. I'll give him that. Dollars for dictators.
Go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up, welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and supporting them in other ways. In my first month as Prime Minister, we joined the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. stepped back. So led by France, the United Kingdom, with Ukraine numbered European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand.
Also, just to close the loop on that, I guess the charitable take on what Poilievre is saying is that he wants to do more to... Well, he talks about wanting to weaken Russia's position, which I guess is a roundabout way of supporting Ukraine. But he has his goals for how to support Ukraine. They are largely, I think, the same as what we're doing now, but he has that specific idea about how to do more, and he says it's independent of the American role in things. So not necessarily we will do more to support Ukraine if the U.S. does less, but we are not going to be moved from our goals in supporting Ukraine by the decisions of the U.S., which is fair enough. I don't think I have a problem with that.
That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these areas and helping. It also means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid,
voted against free trade agreement
for Ukraine, or not. He didn't mention support for aid for Ukraine. We have to stand by them. We have to be there, and this government has been.
Mr. Singh.
New Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine and will continue to do that. But I appreciate the opportunity in talking about leadership in crisis, talk about many of the crises that we're up against. And one of the crises we're up against in our country with the threat of Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system is the healthcare system. And what we have learned today, Mr. Carney mentioned slowing operation spending. That's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said he would cut spending. He said it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut health care at a time when it is in crisis? I think it is wrong. You can't do that.
That's a big one. He'd better answer that well.
We will not cut transfers for healthcare. We will not cut healthcare spending, full stop.
But
we'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we believe, Mr. Carney, today or the one he spoke on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th?
I did not.
The one that repeated again that he would cut spending?
If I may,
who do we believe?
If I may. Consistently said, we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, I won't detail them all, but they're. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Mr. Blanchet.
I am sick.
Okay, he said that he won't cut transfers to the provinces, including health transfers. I guess he'd better not. I don't know what he means by make it more efficient in 3 years. It's vague. Honestly, it kind of sounds like something I'd sooner expect to hear from a conservative, but I guess the most important thing in that answer is that he said he won't cut health transfers. I guess keep an eye on that if the Liberals stay in government.
6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats. Good. I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want also to propose to
Bloc leaders have such a way with words sometimes.
You all guys, that 1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone. You're welcome to come, Steve, if you'd like. Week after twice, but also, but in all seriousness,
that's not very respectful.
No, but I'll
that's
come.
Not very
but I'm
respectful.
coming. What? On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I will. Okay. I come to the core.
On jase.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come to the core. Look, in a crisis, yes, you need a team, and you need to bring the country along with you. So what I did in the first week was to bring the premiers together, meet with all the Indigenous leaders, and move forward in that context. Now the question is, who's going to lead out of this? Whoever leads out of this, if I may, Mr. Blanchet, merci, thank you. Whoever's going to lead out of this
what is going on?
Is going to need to work with all the provinces, work with Labour, work with Indigenous leaders, work with all Canadians to bring them forward in a united front. And if I'll make this last point, one of the things that has happened, which is a credit to those people at home, is that Canadians are coming together. And it's our responsibility to meet the strength of Canadian unity.
Still lagging, I have one small point to make. Yep. You will be elected, if you are elected, in the parliament where there are other leaders. I don't know if he called you, or Mr. Poilievre, I don't know if he called you, but before yesterday, you have not spoken to me once, even if I proposed it so many times, but you say I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in the parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you, but this is democracy,
Blanchet,
which you don't know too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what
did he just say at the end there?
Are to make decisions which might not always suit you, but this is democracy, which you don't know too much about.
This is democracy, which you don't know too much about? Again, I haven't watched the French debate, and Blanchet is speaking mostly to a francophone audience, and he's doing it here in his and their second language. I feel like it's been sort of a repeated line of attack throughout the debate for him that Carney is new to being a politician, kind of inexperienced at it, and doesn't have the track record of sitting down and negotiating with stakeholders, political leaders, that these other people have done over long careers. But this is democracy, which you don't know too much about, is landing pretty weirdly with me. And I don't... Obviously, Carney's going to say that he's going to work with all the stakeholders. We'll see what the results actually are if he remains in office. But I don't get what Blanchet accomplishes by pressing him on it here. I mean, he's the leader of the Bloc, so it probably ties into standing up for Quebec. Like, what he's fishing for is Carney to say something that implies that he's not going to defer to Quebec on matters for Quebec, so that Quebec voters who don't like that will vote Bloc, and Blanchet will continue to press the government to defer to Quebec on matters that are for Quebec. I think that's probably the subtext, just inferring from the fact that it's the leader of the Bloc saying it. But it's weird. He's pressing Carney to talk about basic stuff in this role, and then he's like, well, you don't know anything about that. Maybe something's just not translating for me.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing the world right now.
Before we get that, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers.
Saying is about 4 minutes behind Carney in speaking time. It's not terrible, but it's not terrible. It's a large proportion of individual speaking time. I'm glad they're letting
facing
this.
the world right now.
Before we get that, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now who are deeply worried about the status of our healthcare system, to Canadians who believe and love our universal public healthcare system, to patients who are stressed out. If you're worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, the one today or the one who spoke on previous shows and said he would cut, vote for New Democrats, and we will fight to defend our healthcare.
I think your supporters would really like to hear what you have to say about this.
No, I do think let him speak, if only because of the speaking time disparity. Although I don't hate that Carney has the most so far. It's not a huge margin, and all three of the other leaders have been going at him a lot. He kind of, like I've been saying, he kind of inherently can't in this format get enough time to respond to everything that they're throwing at him. But I don't think it's the worst thing if he has slightly more speaking time than they do when they keep provoking all these responses. But yeah, I'm glad that Singh took that little bit more time for himself there. I think, look, it's important that we hear a fair bit from him in a debate where he's lagged behind the others in speaking time throughout. That said, here we go. It's Gaza time, apparently.
This question, and we have less than 5 minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off on that? What role can Canada play?
Well, first of all, we must condemn Hamas and, more importantly, the terror sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks.
Introducing the Better Homes and Gardens Furniture Collection from Walmart. Refresh your home this spring for less.
The horrific attacks of October 7th. We need to defeat the terrorists so that all the peoples of the world can live in peace.
This guy just stepped out of 2001. We need to defeat the terrorists. I mean, listen, I'm not going to be pro-terrorist here. But there's more to the issue than that. Let's see if he gets there. I'm not optimistic that he will.
And defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say, we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see on our streets after 10 years of incredibly...
I'm not familiar with any rampaging riots. Maybe something happened that I don't know about. I know there have been protests. There have been a lot of protests even close to where I live, but maybe I just missed a news story about a rampaging riot. But maybe I'll look that up after I finish recording, but... I'm a little bit skeptical.
irresponsible liberal policies of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put Canada first.
And I'm okay with like unifying our country, building a sort of shared identity, but I think on matters of basic human rights and well, we can start with basic human rights. It's a lot to ask that people come to Canada and just leave it alone. Nope, don't fight over it. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's room for nuance here, and I'm not going to figure out what all that nuance is immediately. But yeah, he very much spoke to some very specific parts of that issue and not the full picture. But we'll see how the others do.
Mr. Singh, come from countries from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of people who provide care and service for people in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out as they are, and you've not done that.
Mr. Carney.
Jagmeet Singh calls it a genocide. That's big for any political leader in a country like Canada to say that on this debate stage. That's a big thing. Carney's going to be pressed directly on it now.
We need to work, to go to your question, we need to work with our international partners.
To be clear, independent of whether you believe it's a genocide or not, it's a big thing for someone in his position to say it.
There's maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return of all of the hostages. Resumption of humanitarian aid. My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian aid, which is ready to go. With respect to where this ultimately goes, yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore one other thing. Mr. Poilievre rightly mentioned Iran, the Iranian sponsors in this region. We have to be clear-eyed about the fundamental risks of Iran and do everything with our international partners to check it and turn it.
Mr. Blanchet.
Pretty standard liberal and conservative lines there. None of them rocking the boat too much, unlike Singh, who definitely is rocking the boat.
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't do so much. The law in Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide. Against another people, if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people, and this is what is being done very often in Canada and Quebec with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in this segment, Mr. Poilievre.
I didn't.
This is about crises and leadership. And one crisis we have is in immigration. Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people, they have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities. That has caused housing shortages, job shortages,
Don't blame immigration for the fault of your government.
And if I could,
the fact that you did not
I didn't interrupt
housing,
you. I did not interrupt you, sir. I did not interrupt you.
Don't blame.
I do not blame.
Your failures.
Let him finish.
I do not blame immigrants. I blame the Liberal government, which brought this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This is crazy. We have to get back to normal levels of immigration, get rid of the fraud in the temporary immigration system, and ensure that the people who come here can arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, and that's how we're going to restore it.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre.
This is the, well, it's not the only mention of immigration so far in the debate, but mostly Blanchet has talked about it until now. maybe that's something that could have used its own section, or at least part of a section. It's kind of unfortunate that it's really only going into any significant depth this late.
Yeah, that is our time for this segment. Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what we're calling the leader's choice, something a little bit different. Each of you will get the chance to ask a question, any question, of any other leader. You can then debate the answer, and each one will last for 3 minutes.
All right, we get a little bit of one-on-one debating. It's not my dream of full-length debates, one-on-one, Carney versus Poilievre, full-length, and then a full-length Carney versus Singh, and a full-length Poilievre versus Singh, which would take a ton of organizing. It's probably not super realistic. That's the dream, but we'll get a little bit, apparently.
So, Mr. Singh, you have the first option here. Who do you want to ask your question of?
Mr. Carney.
Go for it.
Of course.
Mr. Carney, as chair of Brookfield Investments, your company is one of the biggest tax dodgers in Canada. As chair, you approved decisions where Brookfield Investments bought up affordable homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rates. As Prime Minister, one of the first things you did was a tax cut that helped out mostly millionaires. And you have a plan to cut services
the capital
for
gains
people.
folks.
Now, I expect that of Mr. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. That's very much a Conservative plan. But my concern is that doesn't sound like what people want for a Liberal leader. So my question to you is, Mr. Carney, whose side are you really on?
Thank you.
I don't like the framing of that question. He can and should say that he's on Canada's side. He's on the side of Canadians, all Canadians. Canada is a wide variety of people from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different positions in life, and the government has to look out for everyone's interests in a careful balance. I think whose side are you on is a silly way to ask the question, although I suppose, I don't know. Like, where do your priorities lie? How can people in lower income brackets trust that you have their best interest in mind when these are the priorities that you've shown in your life so far? I think that's a better way to put it than whose side are you on, because, look, maybe this is just me. I think the government of Canada has to be on every Canadian side, at least in some ways, some of the time. And I think my guess is Carney's going to talk about that. And Singh, I think there was a way that Singh could have asked that question that would have invited a more direct answer to the actual issues at hand.
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Singh. I'm on the side of Canadians. I'm in this for Canadians. I work for Canadians.
But your track record doesn't show that, though.
No, I have a track record of public service for this country. Go back to something Mr. Blanchet referenced earlier, which is have I resolved any crises? We're in Quebec. If you ask anyone in the finance industry, if you ask anyone in government in Quebec in 2008, they'll know that I resolved the biggest crisis in Quebec. Yeah,
you won't have fun.
But
60 million.
But I'm in fairness with
This is for these two.
Yes, I have had a long career in the private sector. I'm proud of that career. I've always acted with integrity, and it brings me with experience that I can apply in this moment of crisis.
And you certainly have served the country. But the problem is, who have you served? You've served to benefit those at the very top. You jacked up the price of homes for people living in affordable homes as a strategic decision. You dodged taxes. And then your decisions as Prime Minister show you're not prioritizing people, but you're prioritizing big business, billionaires.
So what have we done as a government directly? So we've gone directly to workers using all of our proceeds from the tariffs, committing all of them for workers, the workers most affected in industries.
The employment insurance isn't
unlike
high enough.
Unlike others who plan to use them to cut taxes. We are focused on
the EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that. Right now,
there will be additional programs. I am fully confident that the next government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make additional programs.
But you didn't do that so far, though.
Well, I can't. You couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
You could have increased the amount, though.
May I make a core point here, if I may, which is that when you think about workers here today and people watching at home, particularly younger people, there is an enormous opportunity in the trades, in the skilled trades. We are going to build this country in a way that has not been seen before. We are literally talking about hundreds of thousands, not jobs, but careers in the trade. And that's why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force Liberals to make sure they remember about people they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time.
Okay, look, Sinclair kind of cleaned up the question eventually. It's a tough question. There's not a lot that Carney can do. Either that part of his background is a deal breaker for you or it isn't. I'm not going to try to say here whether it should be or not. I think it's a fair thing to have a problem with. But, I mean, he said some okay sounding stuff about investing in workers. I feel like there's probably more that he could have done there. He did exactly the I'm on the side of Canadians thing that I talked about earlier, and I think that was a pretty safe answer to the original version of the question that he was given. Singh did a pretty good job of pressing him later. I don't know that I'm super satisfied with Carney's answer. I really don't. But I don't know, it was the beginning of a decent answer. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a tough question. I don't know that I'm satisfied with how he answered it, but there's an attempt at least.
Thank you for that. Monsieur Blanchet, you have the next question. To whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite...
Are they all going to ask Carney questions?
I would say skillfully the questions of Mr. Singh. But first, let me correct something. In 2008, not so much by your decision, $10 billion were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry. Then, you have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed...
Wait, why are we talking about auto bailouts in the Harper years? Where's he going with this?
To be a green investment fund. But we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. It's not so green. You seem to want to support oil and gas industry. That's interesting. You want to support prefab housing, and it's also in the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way, and Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse. You have hidden the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island, $30 billion. Billions of dollars lost for Canada. You are having your taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know.
He's used more than half of the speaking time and he hasn't asked a question yet, which is, I mean, great job getting his points out there. I understand now better why he was talking about the Cayman Islands before, but it's not, it's a little bit... It's a little bit of a scummy debating tactic here.
No. Will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets, as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poiliev has done, and as I have done? We have a right to know under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
He used more than 2/3 of the speaking time to ask his question.
Well, the first thing...
Maybe the format should be ask the question and then the 3-minute timer starts. I think that might have been better.
Thing is...
Especially with the way that Singh kept jumping in when Carney was answering him. It's not like the person who asked the question can't use some of that speaking time as well. I think that would have been a better way to do it.
I want to say a word about... I'll say a word about Brookfield. This is a Canadian success story. It is the largest infrastructure investor and developer in the world. It is one of the largest, if not the largest, developer of renewable power in the world. And who benefits from that? That's Canadian pensioners. That's Quebec pensioners. That is teachers. That firefighters. It is a series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that. Now, always acted with integrity, served the shareholders of Brookfield when I was there. I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
So let's
I followed
reveal
all
your
the
assets.
rules well in advance.
Let's reveal your assets like we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own? Why don't you tell?
He didn't answer the question. I do think that's kind of a bad look. Kind of shades of certain U.S. politicians not releasing their tax returns when that became a very normalized thing to do there. The question was, will you reveal all your assets? He didn't speak to that at all. He repeated the line about having always acted with integrity. I don't hate what he did say there as much as I suspect some viewers will, because when you are in a role in the private sector like the kind that he held that they're hammering him over, you do have certain legal and ethical responsibilities to the organization that you're part of. That can be criticized as an issue with our system that we exist in right now, but that is the reality of it. I don't know his record well enough to know whether it's true that he always acted with integrity, but the fact is, in that role, your interests are different from what they are when you're the prime minister or just a private citizen unaffiliated with any such organization. I feel like I'm not putting this very clearly. When he says, I've moved on from that, I've left it behind me, it kind of sounds like, oh, well, sure, I took advantage in these ways back then, but I don't do that anymore, so what's the problem? But the fact is, you have different responsibilities and different roles, right? So the interests that he had to look out for in his chair role are not the same necessarily as the interests he has to look out for in prime minister role. And I really do think there's something to that. People do sort of tend to conform their behavior to the specific role that they're in and the duties and responsibilities that come with it. So I actually hate that answer less than I suspect some people will. But I don't think that plays very well in a political debate to say, oh, well, I mean, he doesn't say, yes, I did those things you're accusing me of, but he also doesn't say that he didn't. And he's just, that's not me now. I think that's a pretty weak answer, especially when he didn't answer the actual question that he was asked. Granted, Blanchet went on for like 2 minutes before he actually asked the question. Oops.
Canadians and Quebecers, what you own.
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Polyev now, who has his opportunity to ask the question of whomever he'd like here, and that will be?
Mr. Carney, but if I could begin by setting the stage. The choice in this election is, after a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb, do we want to elect them to a fourth term? Or do we want to change? Change so that you can afford food and homes. Change so that...
So far, he's asking the audience a question, and he's just saying the same things that he's been saying throughout the entire debate. Feels like kind of a waste, but we'll see where he goes with it.
You can be safe on your street, and your change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new Conservative government. Because Mr. Carney is not change. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded, you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's still on the Liberal Party website today that you are Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. They might want to update your website on that. On June 3rd of 2021, you said that inflation would be a sign of economic progress. And you advised governments, including Justin Trudeau's, your Liberal government,
to
print money,
I don't know what the question
which
is.
led to the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed.
He's even speaking slowly. I give Blanchet a pass for that because he's not as comfortable in English, but they're on a pretty tight timer. Polyev has used more than a minute. He hasn't asked his question yet. He's even speaking slowly.
With empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids.
I absolutely think what I said earlier. It should have been ask the question and then a 3-minute timer.
It's that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young people believe they'd never be able to own a home in the first place. Now, in retrospect, that you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take, will you look at the camera in the eye
halfway through
and apologize to the many people who suffered as a result of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin Trudeau to implement?
I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again.
Also, super loaded question. Doesn't really say what the policies were. Is pretty vague about what specifically was wrong with them. But the question isn't about the policies, it's just, will you apologize? That is just over the top spin. And he's slightly more than half the speaking time on it.
I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying you were his economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that advice.
It's on the Liberal Party website. Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website.
I missed some of that.
I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying you were his economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that advice.
It's on the Liberal Party website. Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website now, and it says that you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor.
The way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act, what they do when they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor. And in both cases, if I may, in both cases when I was responsible for inflation, inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And what is at stake here?
You were the economic advisor to Justin Trudeau that gave us the worst inflation that we have had in a generation, because the policies that you implemented and those of the MPs that are still in your ministry.
To the
fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the last 10 years has been about the Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And that's time.
Okay, whatever. Poilievre basically just gave a stump speech there and pretended, as much as the format forced him to allow Carney to answer. I don't think I got anything worthwhile out of that.
Mr. Carney, good news is the next question is yours.
Well, I'm going to ask myself a question. Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me. And it's troubling me because, we are in a very dangerous and divided world.
Who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Poilievre. Why not? We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran, threats from Russia, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the United States, which is fundamentally changing its security relationships, its commercial relationships. We have all this. And in the context of that, everyone on this stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself, we have our top secret security clearance. We have our top secret security clearance. I got mine within 3 weeks. It wasn't hard, but I felt it was important that I had it so I could be in a position to be informed about that dangerous world and take decisions at. And Mr. Poilievre, it is now 950 days, if my numbers are right, since you've had the opportunity to get your top secret security clearance, and you've refused. Why?
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke.
Sorry, 1 second.
Offer. They said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged.
I swear the first time I heard that I would be gay, it did kind of sound like that.
If I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged.
I know he said gagged, but for a second there I went, wait, what?
Under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced Chinese interference by Beijing, the government of China, in 2 consecutive elections, I needed to do my job to speak freely without fear of prosecution. And that was not something I would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I'd made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir, actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan for your company. But the reality is, you refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government, and I was able to speak freely on that matter.
Why is he gesturing like, I want a response to that? You have 20 seconds where you're both allowed to speak.
Because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted to impose on me.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign. And it has not stopped Mr. Blanchet or Mr. Singh at times during his campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with a top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference. And
gentlemen, that is time for this segment.
Too bad we had no significant debate on China or on foreign interference in general, huh? Might have been nice to have that exchange in the context of actual discussion of it. Yeah, I think I don't like that they did the crisis segment, because it largely just rehashed things from earlier in the debate, and as leaders scrambled to get some of their talking points in on other subjects, they kind of highlighted some things that maybe could have used some more attention. Oh well.
That's our time. Now, closing statements are still a few minutes down the road, so we have a little bit of time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now. Short questions, 45 seconds, please, on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now. Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question. To the best of my knowledge, you have not offered a hard timeline, as the other parties have, to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense. When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030. That said, when we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us.
Wait, why are we asking another question? What is going on with this format now? What part of the debate are we in? We got through all the themes, we did the one-on-ones, and then they're just being asked another question for some reason?
Increase our military budget.
This format has honestly fallen apart a little bit toward the end.
One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand behind our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Carney, your question. You have cut both the consumer carbon tax and the capital gains tax increase that you inherited from your predecessor. Is that an admission that the Liberals made life less affordable for Canadians?
I think let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect to the consumer carbon tax, in effect, it'd become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians received rebates. On the whole, they received more than the tax actually was. But some had represented that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it. First act, made Canadians whole. Secondly, but with respect to the capital gains tax, it's come up again, I'll be quick. This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs.
Isn't it a little bit weird that he said the rebate exceeded the tax, but some people said otherwise? I got rid of it and made Canadians whole. It sounds like he's saying that Canadians were already whole, but then how did he make them whole? I mean, as far as I know, in most cases, he's right about the rebate. So maybe it's just some awkward wording there. But I don't know. I used to see compilations of like Poilievre and Trudeau clashing on it in the House of Commons. Wasn't really very informative stuff. It's true that it became a very divisive issue. I suppose that's not the worst reason to abandon it, but yeah, I'm just picking on his wording there. That was kind of weird. Kind of felt like he was trying to have it both ways the way he worded that.
Entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
We do need to build.
I've said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country.
Sorry, I'm going to go back. Why are we doing this whole section? What are we talking about here? Why are they getting different questions?
Still a few minutes down the road, so we have a little bit of time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now.
Quick hit Q&As. Why? You still have some time. Why are they all getting different questions? Are they going to be able to clash on these subjects? That's really important. Like, okay, debater background again. This is pretty much where debates are won and lost. Not just on making your own points, though that's extremely important, but on clashing with the other side and demonstrating why your points are better or stronger or more important than theirs. But this format keeps discouraging clash by letting them throw a bunch of talking points out there and then just moving on and asking another leader about a different subject. That one part of this format is driving me crazy, especially late in the debate when they're trying to get out the last few points that they can on things that were not specifically addressed in large parts of the debate. They're just saying stuff and there's no room for any clash on it because we just move on to, Carney, you talked about affordability. Great. Jagmeet Singh, immigration now. Blanchet, I think we just saw in the preview there that he's going to get a question about the carbon tax for some reason.
Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
There's no clash.
I said that
they just sit there and they just stand there and give their little speeches, and then they respond to some things here and there. The most interesting, most valuable part of a debate when you're trying to make an actual decision, weighing these options against each other, it's not always being cut out, but it keeps repeatedly being cut out.
The level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country. And we speak to any small business owner, you speak to people here in Quebec, you speak to farmers. It's fundamentally important. Couple things, though, we know we need to be able to set the amount of folks that we welcome to our country at a level that it meets our needs. So I would ensure that we've got an expert panel that makes that determination based on our economic needs. We also know that we should be very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. That's something that we've got to fix. I should also point out that if you are worried about the cuts being proposed by Liberals and Conservatives, vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right immigration levels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec, I believe, is now the only province with a carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which we invite...
Is it true that BC doesn't have one anymore? I didn't know that. I kind of thought they were the early leader in that area, weren't they? Surprise, I'm not in BC. I don't know much about what's going on there.
Big emission companies. I don't know how to...
Leaves 8 provinces that I could be in, huh?
Translate that to reduce their emissions. If they do not, then they have to pay. It goes into a fund which is invested then in reducing emissions. Our partner is California, which makes this a huge deal about reducing emissions. This is what we do. This is to be compared to what Europe does. And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than doing nothing to fight climate change.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here. Left to right again.
Specific. I don't really have anything to say. It
30
nice.
seconds this time. Monsieur Poilievre, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime Minister.
We're doing more rapid-fire questions?
Yes,
more subjects?
CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit that raises money like other media organizations through sponsorships, subscriptions, advertising, licensing fees, and countless other things that will...
So, look, I'm going to let him finish.
Will ensure Canadians who still want to listen and view its content will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
It's not the biggest thing to me personally, how things go with the CBC. I'm not a big consumer of their content, but I think the CBC is valuable as a public broadcaster that does public interest programming that other entities don't do, right? So if you make the CBC self-fund, if you force it to focus on the commercial viability of its programming, There's no reason that can't just be done in the private sector. It is done in the private sector. The value of a public broadcaster like the CBC is that often they're the ones who will show up to cover local news in smaller communities. They're the ones that will try to provide a perspective across the entire country and not, I mean, of course, they do focus in a fair bit on large population centers, as do other areas, but when they have the funding to focus on stories and coverage and events that are not necessarily as lucrative, and they have the mandate to act in the national interest in that way, then you can get more content showcasing Saskatchewan, showcasing Manitoba, PEI, wherever it might be. You get sort of more community coverage across the entire country. You get more marginalized stories, Indigenous stories, and so on. Things that are not necessarily as easy to sell to advertisers and whatnot. Also French content, of course, but I think even the conservatives now say that they'll protect French programming because that's a really sensitive one. But like, that's the value of having the CBC as a national broadcaster. And I think a lot of that is lost if you force it to chase commercial viability instead of subsidizing it on things that are maybe not as lucrative, but are honestly better as a nation building project and even just community building in particular parts of this country. Why do we have the CBC at all if we're not going to pursue that goal to the same extent? So it's not personally much of a loss to me if the CBC is defunded, but I definitely think it's a bad idea. And Poilievre's answer here doesn't make much sense to me. Maybe if you're not really thinking about it much, you can say, oh yeah, it should be able to support itself. But then why do we have it as a public entity at all? A lot of the value of a public service generally is that you can provide other layers of service that aren't necessarily there when that funding isn't reliably there from the public entity that's propping it up. What is the point of what he's proposing here? It's kind of like he's just trying to have it both ways. Like, oh no, the CBC will totally still exist, but the CBC won't have the same value for what it is. Why are you holding on to it then? I think he's just trying to tamp down people's fears when, as far as I know, based on his track record so far, he does want to gut the CBC. And that would, I think, legitimately be a sad thing for a lot of communities and a lot of minority groups and so on across this country.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. The next.
But Poilievre has, throughout the debate, I'm going to go back to the crime thing. Even when he's asked to engage specifically with issues affecting marginalized groups in this country, he does not do it. He has not shown a single sign that that's of any interest to him. So why would he speak to it in a CBC question?
Question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system and do that on the basis of the right principles. We've got to have fairness, transparency, sustainability, and competitiveness. So we need a tax system, a corporate tax system, including being part of an international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time. Mr. Singh, the question for you is, if you hold the balance of power after this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We want to make sure we bring down the cost of groceries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we would defend CBC, unlike Mr. Poilievre, who wants to cut it, and we would close tax loopholes and offshore tax havens, even though Mr. Carney didn't respond to that, and selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur.
Okay. Yeah. You keep pressing those capital gains, folks. I'm not mad at that.
Kind of the same question. If you hold the balance of power in the next minority parliament, if it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against what Canada wants to do for itself, but I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of language and values and secularity and equality between people. So I want to be a partner, and if Quebec is respected, Canada...
Explicitly speaking out there against a multiculturalist vision. That's rough for some people in Quebec. I'm sure a lot of people in Quebec support it. I'm sure it plays nicely in the bloc base. And I'm not in Quebec, and I'm not going to speak to it too specifically. I don't know the Quebec experience, but look, for Canada at least, I'm very pro-multiculturalist vision. And there are a lot of people in Quebec who perhaps have reason to be as well.
Canada has nothing to fear from the bloc because we vote for what is good for Quebec. It only has to be good for Quebec.
Thank you, Monsieur Blanchet. Now, we have one last question for each of you. We'll go right to left this time as I look at you. Bit of an offbeat question. Mr. Blanchet, what is your biggest regret during...
Well, hold on a second. Okay, first of all, yeah, he said we only vote for what's good for Quebec. Obviously, the follow-up is for whom in Quebec. But I'm not qualified to speak to that. Mark Carney is, according to this thing, at more than 10 minutes more speaking time than Jagmeet Singh. It may be because I didn't pay attention to whether, I don't know if I even got the opportunity to see whether they counted the one-on-ones towards speaking time, in which case Carney participated in every single one of those because all of the other leaders went at him, although he really didn't get very much speaking time in some of them. But yeah, the speaking time disparity, it's existed throughout the debate, but it's not generally been huge. And like I said, I don't have a problem with Carney having the most speaking time because the others all keep going at him. Even with the most speaking time, it's not enough for him to address everything that they throw at him, which is fine. It's a limitation of the format. There's not much you can do about it. I don't have a problem with his speaking time being the most, given that the others have provoked so much response from him. But 11 minutes, 10 and a half minutes more than Jagmeet Singh? What has happened here?
Okay, now, we have one last question for each of you. We'll go right to left this time as I look at you.
Another
Bit of an
round of
offbeat
this?
question. Mr. Blanchet, what is your biggest regret
What are we
during
doing?
this campaign?
What are we doing? There are no themes anymore. Where did these questions come from? Why were they chosen? I'm not saying they don't matter. I think they generally have mattered, but like, how did we get here? Did you source questions from the public? Did you ask the public about their priorities? They probably did, and I just don't know. But, like, what is going on here? Can I have some grounding, please?
That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner.
Did you say I'm not very fond of regrets?
Yes, I would say. That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner to see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be, one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled.
Is this the negotiation that he's saying would have to be done before another Quebec referendum? I'm missing a bunch of context on the bloc side of this because I just haven't paid much attention to them because they're just not for me. Like, intentionally, by design, not for me. So, some of what he's saying is just not landing with me because I don't know the context.
Controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
Not being able to meet as many people as I would love to have. It's a short campaign, and so I can't get to as many communities that I wanted to. I think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people and to hear their stories, and then to take their stories and concerns and bring them to Ottawa and to fight for those people. And so I want you to know, even if I haven't made it to your community, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you're represented, that we never let any government cut our health care, that we defend the values that we care so deeply about. We make my life more affordable. That's my commitment to you. Even if I didn't get to see you, that's my commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney, same question.
I kind of like that answer. Maybe he can aim bigger than not cut things, but I mean, he's kind of reading the climate that we're in right now, right? There's something kind of wholesome about, I wish I could meet more people. It's kind of touching.
Biggest regret of the campaign?
I'm to be honest, it's the same answer. This is an astonishing country. It is an amazing country. And the opportunity and the responsibility that comes with it of being with Canadians, hearing their stories, their challenges, drawing strength and ideas from them, and working to be part of the solution is the greatest honor of my life. But the regret is that it is also a big country, and it is a short period of time.
Mr. Poilievre.
It's a little bit cheesy when you're just saying the same thing that the last guy said, but it's a fine answer, I guess. Yeah. And I guess there's not a whole lot else you can do with this question. It's kind of an interesting question, but you kind of know what you're going to get in terms of answers. Although, I don't know. Polyev is someone I have a hard time imagining admitting to a regret. We'll see what he comes up with.
Yeah, last word to you.
I actually agree with these two gentlemen.
Okay.
I had a rule that at all my rallies, even when they're really big, I would stand in front of a flag and greet every single person and hear their stories and learn their struggles. And that was always touching to me, that they would put their faith in me or in any of us.
Yeah.
But we've been in such a rush because we have to get off to the next event, so we haven't been able to stop and do that. And I want you to know out there, I haven't forgot about you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. 3 of them gave basically the same answer. It's nice, but what else are you going to do with that question? It is nice, though.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev.
I'm not
It
mad
is
at
time now for closing statements, and prior to the debate...
It's not really... We don't really get much out of it, but it feels nice. And it's not the worst thing in a sometimes heated political campaign. In general, you got to appreciate, or at least I appreciate, how there's a real sense in a Canadian election debate that, like, we're not bitter enemies. I don't know if that's how I want to put it. They are all, through their own different lenses, their own different perspectives, at least in theory, working in service to something greater than themselves. And it's not just a mudslinging contest like you see in the U.S. There's a level of civility. I don't know how valuable that necessarily is, but I think the bigger thing is what I said, that like whatever you believe about their priorities deep down, they all at least present as if they're public servants working in service of a country that belongs to all of us and is for all of us. And I think some like softball feel-good answers like that are not the worst thing in a debate setting like this, especially compared to, well, what it could be like that we've seen in a certain other country.
You drew lots as to which order we would go in, and Mr. Singh, you get the first word on a closing statement.
Certainly, thank you. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions, because you voted for us. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa, to continue that fight, to make sure that no government cuts the things that we hold dear, like our health care, to ensure that we can do everything possible to make life more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make Canada, Canada, the things that we hold dear, the things that make us proud to be Canadian.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carty.
I like it.
We are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the U.S. can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water, they want our country. And we're all going to stand up against Donald Trump. I'm ready. I've managed crises over the years. I've built strong economies. We will fight back with counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong. I'm asking for your support, the honor of doing so. Thank you.
Yeah, Carney wanting to talk about Trump isn't surprising. The Liberal Party has a decent track record on standing up to him. Carney is falling back on his experience handling crises, like he said before. Do I trust Polyev to stand up to Trump? Maybe more than some people do, but not that much. And in any case, seeing Trump unleash fascism in the United States, though I don't think Polyev would do the same things, is still a reminder of what can happen when you elect a right-wing demagogue. So this is some of Carney's strongest stuff. He probably would have loved to have a whole debate about this. It's fine for a closing statement. I guess I'll talk about the overall debate performances at the end. This is fine. We'll see what Poilievre's got.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
Oh, right, Blanchet.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens, devenus des Canadiens français, devenus des Québécois, you have tried to have them become Canadians like all Canadians. But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front of Mr. Trump.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Only in Canada could someone start where I began and get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Okay, look, personally, I have mixed feelings about the Canadian Promise stuff because, look, I gather this is not the experience that a lot of people my age and younger had, but I mean, I was taught pretty consistently growing up that things change all the time, that not much is guaranteed in life, that you should work hard and you should aim for a position where you can do what you want to do and make it work, but one, luck is always a factor, and two, the exact conditions that we have in place at any given time don't stay forever. The world always changes. And specifically, growing up where I did, I mean, I remember being told for a pretty young age that it didn't look good for me owning a home on a beautiful street or whatever he said. Sometimes I feel a little bit alienated from a lot of what people my age and younger say about these things because they talk about promises being ripped away that I, from my own very specific experience growing up with the inputs that I had from the adults in my life, I didn't really think were ever promised. But it is a nice vision. I don't know that Poilievre has convinced me in this debate that he's really going to deliver it, but you can understand on some level how this stuff appeals to people. He's also not convinced me at all that he's going to deliver it equitably, because even there, it's a nice story what he tells about working hard to get to where he is and people doing all kinds of things in their lives by working hard. I mean, that was never equitable in Canada, right? I mean, Canada does a lot better in terms of treating a diverse population justly than a lot of the world does, but there's always been a lot of room for improvement and some issues that were swept under the rug. I mean, I talk with my grandparents sometimes now about their lives, and you know what? They did kind of live that Canadian dream that Poilievre talks about, but also not a lot of the people in their stories were not. There aren't a lot of people in their stories who weren't white. In some sense, we've become more aware of inequalities in our society over time, and then it becomes tricky to figure out how best to deal with them. The fact that Poilievre has not spoken to that for a single second in this debate. He talked about Indigenous victims of crime, people being disproportionately victims of crime, but I'm not giving him credit for that when the question he was asked was about Indigenous overrepresentation in the prison system, and he didn't speak to that at all. He's painted a very rosy vision that was reality for a time for a lot of Canadians, but he doesn't speak at all to the reality of some Canadians over a long period of time and continuing to this day. And the broken promises stuff, look, maybe you were taught different things from what I was taught growing up. And it doesn't really matter. Maybe I'm being a little bit pedantic about were these things really promised or not. I still want myself and other people in our society to have nice things. I just don't trust that Poilievre is the guy to do that, and I don't trust that he's the guy to do it equitably. But as a closing statement, it's fine. It's good.
Gentlemen,
and overall, he did
thank
okay
you for
in this
a very
debate,
spirited
except in the
debate
crime
tonight.
section.
2 quick points before we go. Number one of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-Francois Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Secondly, you'll notice we didn't have to change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game.
Go Leafs.
I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go, that's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11 days from Election Day, April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advance polls. If you intend to vote by mail, that deadline is April 22nd. Make sure to check your voter card for details or contact Elections Canada. This is your democratic right, and we hope you use it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Steve Paikin. Good night from Montreal.
Okay, this has gone way long, but final thoughts. First of all, the format of the debate I think was not terrible, and I think there are limitations to what you can do with 4 different leaders on the stage. It was a little bit uneven in that, of course, one of those leaders is the prime minister, and so everyone else is incentivized to go at him at all times. But, I mean, as the prime minister, you have to be able to handle something like that. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Like I said, I would like to see more one-on-one debating, but I mean like full-length one-on-one debates with only 2 candidates in each of them. That's probably a pipe dream. It would take a lot to pull that off, and I'm not sure any party would agree to it. The speaking time was noticeably pretty uneven toward the end. Singh was always lagging behind the other 2 federal party leaders, but he really seemed to drop off later on. And that might go to what I say about his performance in the debate in a little bit. Yeah, overall, I think the format was okay. I think the one-on-one section should have been question first and then 3 minutes to discuss it, because both Blanchet and Poilievre, Blanchet especially, used a ton of the time just on their question, and like a minute would pass before they even started to say what the question actually was. And it's hard if you're Carney. I said that his answers were kind of underwhelming, but he was kind of set up to fail by each of those. And I mean, Poilievre in particular basically just gave a stump speech with like a little bit of room for Carney to say something before Poilievre cut back in. I think question first, then 3 minutes. 3-minute discussion would have helped with that. But my bigger problem with the format is, my one really big problem with the format is, as I keep saying, they would ask a leader a question, and he would say some interesting things about that subject and start to draw a line on where he stood. And often he would call out another leader. Again, a lot of them would go at Carney repeatedly over multiple questions. And then instead of getting other leaders' perspectives on the same topic, they would just go to another leader and ask them a different question. Maybe this was in part just to make sure that they covered a wide range of topics, some things that are extremely important, like immigration, like foreign interference, like something else I'm not remembering right now. Noticeably could have used their own sections in the debate and didn't get them, but you can only do so much in 1 2-hour debate. I don't know what was covered in the French debate. I haven't watched that. But yeah, maybe just more debates is the answer to that, and that is a hard thing to pull off, but it's something that I'd definitely be happy to see. But I hated that they kept jumping questions like that. I would want to know, like, okay, Poilievre said this specific thing on this issue. Now I want to know where Carney stands on it. I want to know where Singh stands on it. I want to actually make comparisons between the leaders, because I think that's the most useful thing to determining who has the stronger stance in this debate and what it means for my vote, where I'm going to compare these leaders and these parties and these candidates against each other. And the format actively avoided doing that at times, and I hated that. That is sort of the key part of that debate, that clash. In competitive debating terms, generally the way that you went around is it's fine to make your points, that's all well and good, but the way that really where rounds are won and lost is in your ability to demonstrate that what you're saying is more right and matters more. That's the most important thing, that it matters more than what the other side is saying, that your priorities are more important than their priorities, that they have the most impact, or they get the most good results in total. That direct comparison is where you really get the most value out of a debate, where you're actually trying to have a substantive argument on things. And this format actively avoided that at times, and I hated that. But it was okay otherwise. It's just that one thing that really got under my skin. And the last thing about the format that I do not understand is why this guy's pocket square looks like a keyboard. That was so distracting every time he was on screen. Maybe a mouse is next, I don't know. They never answered that, and I want answers from this guy. As far as the leaders go, I don't know much to say about Blanchet. He said his Bloc Québécois line. I have no thoughts about the Bloc Québécois as a voter who is unable to vote for them and has no reason to. Some of what he was saying, I think I was just missing context for. Some of it really kind of didn't land with me. Like, I don't know what he was fishing. Like, I don't know what he was getting at with like, democracy, Mr. Carney, which you don't know much about. I feel like there's been some discourse in Quebec that I'm just not paying attention to because it's specific to Quebec and I'm not there. Jagmeet Singh. So I gave him a lot of flack for interrupting Poilievre repeatedly when Poilievre was speaking. I do think that accomplished one useful thing, which is that at some points, especially early on, this debate kind of seemed to turn into a 3 versus 1. And as the NDP leader in that position, you're in a really difficult spot, right? Because most likely, almost certainly, it's going to be either a Liberal government or a Conservative government. You as the NDP, a Liberal government is somewhat more aligned with what you want. I mean, I understand the NDP are not Liberal supporters, and that's why they're a separate party. But it's somewhat more aligned with what you want. In a minority situation, it's one that you can more easily work with. But at the same time, as you gain votes, you're more likely taking them away from the Liberals. But also just like ultimately, someone is going to hold power in this country. It's most likely one of those parties. You as the NDP don't like either option, but one is preferable to you over the other. And I don't think there's any sign that the NDP is likely to form government right now. Although I think if you're going to be the leader of the NDP, you always have to have that hope. So the debate was at some points kind of turning into a 1 versus 3, and I think the one useful thing that Singh accomplished by interrupting Poilievre repeatedly was not letting Poilievre just coast through the debate because everyone was too focused on attacking Carney. I think Singh has to strike a delicate balance where he goes after both of those leaders, and where it was his own speaking time, which again was limited, he mostly focused in on Carney. So I can understand interrupting Poilievre repeatedly as a strategic choice to just throw some dirt onto Poilievre. And make sure that you're not letting him skate by. I did find it pretty off-putting throughout the debate, especially when I noticed it was a pattern where he kept doing it over and over, but ultimately maybe it served its purpose. It's hard for me to say, right? It's for a bunch of voters to individually say for themselves. Carney, I thought, did not great, to be honest. I did not love his performance in that debate. I thought he made a lot of effort to sort of keep it vague and play it safe, which makes sense when he's in a strong position in the polls and he's trying to get through this election and keep the Liberal Party in government. But again, on some level, I actually miss Trudeau a little bit because Trudeau would sometimes get into specifics more than we saw Carney do this time. And Carney would sometimes allude to things where I'm not sure what he meant, like overwhelming force. That could be good, serious work to get important priorities done, or it could be kind of dangerous, steamrolling, trampling over people's rights and interests. That's going to be something, a difficult balancing act for him, I suspect, if he stays on as prime minister. I don't think this debate moves the needle for me very much. I might think a little bit more about voting NDP now. I'll talk about that afterward. But yeah, I was not super impressed with Carney, but he, I think, tried to be kind of safe and inoffensive in this debate, and he largely was. I just felt like a lot of his answers could have used some more meat to them. And it is hard with 3 other guys going at you throughout the debate, but if you're going to be prime minister, you have to be able to handle that. Poilievre, I thought, was not too bad in this debate, but I think there were some flaws that kind of exposed themselves over time. So my image of Poilievre going into the debate, apart from just being like a kind of a populist demagogue guy, is that he speaks in slogans a lot and he doesn't really have much of a positive policy vision for the country. And in this debate, he kind of alluded to one at times, and I think that was reasonably effective. He did like a pretty good job, about as well as you reasonably can in a debate where you're not going to go into a lot of depth about sort of creating the impression that he has policy that will specifically help out a lot of people. I think that there were large sections of the debate where he actually did pretty well. And yeah, the slogans were there. He was saying them a lot. He had some zingers where I think the other candidates kind of didn't a lot of the time. Blanchet sometimes did, but it felt like a mixed record for him. So for the most part, I thought Poilievre actually performed reasonably well. I'm not a fan of him outside the context of this debate. This has not made me personally any more interested in voting Conservative, but honestly, I could see it maybe doing that for some voters. That said, I really hated his talk in the crime segment. You could probably tell, even though I'm not even doing face cam here, I got a little heated. I even considered taking a break when the crime segment was over, but I decided to just power through because this is going so long anyway. But yeah, that's how it tends to go, I find, with a lot of Conservative leaders. Like, they say some things that I consider kind of reasonable, and then when it comes to crime, it's just all red meat, throw the book at everyone, lock them up and throw away the key, which I think is, one, not evidence-based as a way to deter crime or reduce crime. And he never really said that it did, just that he would be harsher on people who have already committed offenses. But he just kept bringing in these fear-mongering talking points that weren't really that related to the subject at hand, that had no evidential backing to them, and that were like, look, sometimes it's appropriate to be harsh on people who commit crimes, but it's a mixed bag. That's a wide range of people in a wide range of situations. The justice system as it is now tries to be sensitive to the different situations that different people are in. I don't think it does that perfectly, but Polyev shows no interest in doing that at all. He's just tough on all of them. If I were thinking about voting for him, which I wasn't, but if I were, that alone would tank it. I got a little heated in that section. And he was directly asked about inequalities in the system, and he never once addressed that. He didn't give the slightest indication that he cares at all about it. One other thing that I meant to say about Jagmeet Singh, I don't feel like he did a great job of selling a positive vision in this debate. He talked a lot about preventing cuts. He's kind of reading the room there. Time of crisis, maybe we need to tighten our belts. And honestly, Carney ran to the right more than I'm comfortable with. But I feel like Singh could have done more to sell sort of a positive vision of how to build a more just, more supportive of all people, Canada, and especially when he talked about preventing crime, and I thought he was going to be like, we need robust social services in our communities. We need places for people to go when they're struggling with addiction or struggling with mental health or struggling with poverty. And instead he's like, yeah, we need to prevent crime by tightening up border security. I guess that's him trying to read the room as well, but that's some really weak stuff, I think, from an NDP leader. And if I'm going to vote for the NDP, it's going to be a conscience vote. Because they're the party most aligned with my core values deep down, even if it's not the pragmatic choice to vote for them. And I felt like at some points in that debate, Singh only paid lip service to that. And there were segments of the debate where I came away not really sure what positive vision he had at all. But he did talk about preventing cuts to services where other leaders sometimes didn't. I will give him that much. I might even be willing to declare him the winner of the debate, even if it's kind of a grudging declaration of a pretty weak win. Polyev also, I do want to call out in the climate section. I felt like Carney built up pretty well to a point about trying to build a greener economy in Canada and become a world leader in clean power. I mean, I've been hearing that for a long time now. I don't know if it's realistic. But it might be what we need if we're going to get through this crisis. But it was effective against Polyev because Polyev talked a good game about ramping up oil and gas production, but doing it in a somewhat more efficient way. But in the end, he was kind of exposed for having a less ambitious vision than at least what Carney was talking about. And we do need an ambitious vision, I think, given that climate change is a crisis right now and projected to get much worse in the near term. And I'm certainly not looking forward to wildfire season this summer. So overall, Blanchet, I actually do like that a block leader is there because it shakes things up a bit, but I don't have much to get out of that otherwise. Singh, a little bit underwhelming at points, but I guess I don't know if he did what he needed to do. I'm really not sure he did enough there. I'm kind of giving him credit for just at least paying lip service at some points to things that I value, but it was pretty underwhelming at times. Carney, also pretty underwhelming at times, clearly playing it safe, keeping it vaguer than I'd like. Not really a big fan of that performance. Polyev, okay through a lot of it, but there were some parts that I thought were horrendous. But obviously that's partly me bringing my bias into it. Like I said, I very likely will vote Liberal. I haven't completely ruled out the NDP. I will not be voting for anyone other than one of those two parties. Is there anything else that I wanted to address here before I wrap this up? I don't think there is. I think we can call it there. I don't understand this pocket square at all.